everything.
Yeah,
Now,
you want to know what's on there.
good morning.
Good
Hello.
morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Wait, take it. Just take it. Especially if it's just a school exam. Take it. That's what I did too with him. Just take it.
Yeah,
'Cause then
and we practice
don't
waiting.
wait. Yeah, don't wait. Again. It's just
Oh yeah, most definitely.
Yeah,
I
sure.
was just saying in response to Richard, like being
Richard.
concerned whether
Recording. Okay, so let's continue here with the key terms to review. Well, let's just do that little recap though, because I stopped the recording for a little while. I'm not sure when I did that, when I paused that recording. Let's just do a little recap on when a municipality, when does a municipality schedule the tax sale?
This month.
6 months.
6 months after the end of the
After
year.
the
If the owner had not paid their taxes, correct? Then 6 months after the end of the year is when they will schedule that tax sale. Now, if the property goes to tax auction, does the person get title to the property?
No.
What do they get?
No, just get a tax lien
They
certificate.
Tax lien certificate.
They get a tax lien certificate, so they don't have any rights to ownership in the property or anything, right?
right.
So,
Correct.
how long does the homeowner have to pay back?
2 years.
2
Yep.
2
years.
years.
Yep, they have 2 years.
And 2 years to the private ownership and 6 months to the municipality.
And if the municipality pays the taxes, they have 6 months.
6 months.
Correct.
Yep.
Now, what do we call the special court proceeding reserved
In rem.
for municipalities?
In rem.
Closed. It is an in rem proceeding. And what is the capital gains tax exclusion for married couples who file taxes jointly?
250,000.
500.
Mario couple,
500,000.
500,000 for marriage.
500,000.
500,000 for married.
For single filers, it's 250,000. For married couples
250,000.
filing jointly, it is 50,000. Capital gains tax exclusion for the profit on the sale of the primary residence. But they had to live there for how long?
2 years.
At least
Yeah,
2
2
and
years, a
they're
minimum.
like primary resident of the
Yeah.
5.
They had to live there at least 2 out of the last 5 years as their primary.
5 years.
Correct. At least 2 out of the last 5.
Exactly.
And first-time home buyers can make penalty-free withdrawals from their retirement plans of up to how much? If they use
10,000.
10,000.
of up to $10,000. Okay. So let's do the key terms to review on page 99. Adjust for assessment variations.
Assessment value. Okay.
Equalization factor.
The equalization factor, 4 is
Yeah.
a list of all taxable properties.
Assessment roll.
The assessment roll, 3 is B. An estimate based on probable sales price.
Assess value.
Full value assessment.
Full
Yes.
value assessment, 5
On
is
probable sale.
Hmm?
5 is C. Full value assessment. Tax set according to value.
Assess value.
Assessed value.
No, tax sale.
Add value tax.
Tax
Ad valorem tax.
Ad valorem.
1 is D. The tax according to value. Actually, ad valorem means according to value in Latin.
Oh, yeah.
So 1 is D. You do need to know that. Add that to your list. That is a question. That's going to, that ad valorem. It means according to value. It's the ad valorem tax is also the general real estate tax that everybody pays. So 1 is D. A value used for taxation purposes.
Assessed value.
Assess-
Value
Value.
2 is E. Assessed value 2 is E. Collection of overdue taxes through public auction of property.
Tax lien.
Tax sale.
13 is F, the tax sale. Okay.
Okay.
Now, so let me see. Which one was that? 13 was F. Okay.
That was-
Redemption,
yeah.
$1,000 of dollars.
1/1000th of a dollar or a tenth of a
Mill.
cent called
Mill.
a mill.
Mill.
6G. For some reason, they always give that on exam. 6 is G, a mill. Seizing of property for unpaid taxes.
Tax foreclosure.
Predation people.
Tax foreclosure, 11 is H. tax foreclosure. 11 is H.
yeah.
Reassessment of all municipalities' ratables.
Revaluation?
Valuation.
Revaluation. 9 is I. A municipality's financial claim against real property.
Tax
Tax
lien.
lien?
12 is J. Tax lien. And what kind of a lien is a tax lien? Is it general or is it general or specific?
Specific.
Specific.
Okay. A taxable property.
Special assessment?
A taxable
Taxable?
property.
Ratable.
It's a rateable. It's a rateable. 7 is K. Tax only on property directly benefiting from an improvement.
Yes, special assessment.
It's a special assessment. 10 is L. And time in which a foreclosed owner can regain their property.
Redemption period?
Redemption
The
period.
redemption period. 8 is M. Correct. All right. So let me run down that list really quick. It's D, E, B, A, C, G, K, M, K, M, I. 9 is I.
Mhm.
L, H, J, F. All right.
Mhm.
Oh. All right, so I just opened up the next chapter. Looks like the book manufacturer didn't do the updates of their own slideshows, but I just noticed something. Essentials of New Jersey Real Estate, they have it listed as the 11th edition. Or that, they just didn't change the title to 13th. All right. Just shows they keep using the same slideshow. So anyway, I changed mine. I'm going to remove this altogether because it's pretty much my slideshow now. You guys can see the slideshow up here for chapter 9?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
So at the end of this chapter, you're going to be able to distinguish between private land use controls and government powers relating to public land use controls, describing environmental issues, hazardous substances, subject to federal legislation, and landmark preservation. So that's what this chapter is pretty much going to be covering, land use regulations and environmental issues. So we're going to start off on page 102 on chapter 9 under deed restrictions. Who could place restrictions in deeds?
Bank.
The government?
Well, only private parties. Governments cannot place restrictions in deeds. Only private parties can. So we're going to highlight deed restrictions are placed on property by private parties, not by government. Do you guys recall what we call restrictions placed in deeds? Here, we can see on the slideshow over here in front of you, deed restrictions, they're placed on property by private parties, not by governments. They are called restrictive covenants, right? So a restrictive covenant is a restriction placed in a deed by private parties, right? So placed on property by private parties, not by government. And they are called restrictive covenants. A covenant is a legal promise. Now, restrictions in violation of the law are not enforceable. So basically, if somebody puts a restriction in the law that's an illegal restriction, you can't sell the property unless the property is sold to a family member because we want to keep it in the family. That's too restrictive. That's an illegal restriction. An illegal restriction would be saying that you cannot sell a property to somebody of a certain protected class. That is an illegal restriction. You can place time limits on restrictions that are placed in deeds. Okay. Enforcement. Who can enforce restrictions in deeds? They can be enforced, deed restrictions can be enforced by who? Let's see.
Neighbor.
By the owner of the property. By the owner, the original subdivider, often that will be the owner, a remainder man, or by heirs. Or by neighbors. So deed restrictions can be enforced by a court action. Can be enforced in court by owners, subdivider, a remainder man, heirs, or the neighbors. So you see under enforcement above government powers on page 103, it says neighbors, the original subdivider may enforce deed restrictions through court actions. Right underneath that, owners, remainder man, and heirs as well can also enforce deed restrictions. So owners, remainder man, and heirs add to that list. They just mentioned neighbors and subdividers because they're specifically talking about subdividers here in this book. So what are the deed restrictions? I know we spoke about it before, but now we're in this chapter. We're mentioning it new again for this chapter. A deed restriction is any kind of a restriction on use on how the property can or cannot be used. And when you're selling your property, you can place a restriction in the deed on how the property can or cannot be used. However, it should not be popped up last minute. This needs to be fully disclosed to any potential buyer at the time that they're making that offer. So if you try to pop up a restriction and place the restriction on the ownership of that real estate that you're selling them last minute, well, you're in violation of contract. You're in breach of contract. That seller is in breach of contract that's trying to do this. However, if they made it clear from the beginning that they were going to put some sort of a restriction in the deed on how the property can or cannot be used, then if the buyer agrees to it, they're legally obliged, they're legally obligated to abide by those restrictions that they agreed to in the terms of the sale, which are often added into the deed itself. Okay? And Shell gas stations often sell a gas station with a restriction that the property can't be used as a gas station again. Or they put a further restriction that the property can't be used as a gas station unless it's a Shell gas station because they don't want the competition moving in there. Or I could own a large property, acres of land with a lake somewhere on it, and I have a campground for the kids. And I could put a restriction in the deed that says that this property must always have the campsite over by the lake for the kids to use. Basically, we don't want you converting the property into all rich lakeside properties that you're going to then subdivide and sell. We always want that campground there for the kids by the lake for them to be able to use and enjoy. Okay. If you buy the property, you have to abide by that restriction. If you violate that restriction, I can take you to court because I put it in there and I can regain ownership of that property. Or my heirs can if I'm no longer around. Or if I name somebody else to be a remainder man in the event that restriction is violated, like maybe I'll name the neighbor because the neighbor's there right next door. They could see what's going on. And if I name them as the remainder man, then they'll keep an eye out, don't you think? Especially if they could become the owner of the property if you violate that restriction. Right? All right, so Government powers. The government has their own powers. Governments can't place restrictions in deeds, but they don't need to. They have their own power that we call a police power. And this power has been passed on to them through the government, okay? The police powers are often given to states by the federal government. The state usually passes on their police power to counties and municipalities as well, so that they could create all kinds of legislation and rules for the welfare of the general public. So the police power, these are rules or powers, okay? Powers passed on from the federal government to the states and counties. States, counties, and municipalities. Okay? And hopefully they're operating in the general welfare, the interests of the general welfare of the public. Because when you give politicians power, that never gets abused, does it? I'm being a little facetious here.
Always.
All right. Now, I mean, this police powers, it's been given to for environmental protection laws, to create and pass environmental protection laws. They have local ordinances, maybe that could pass on rules for construction and zoning laws and things like that, right? So if we read in a book under government powers, let me just read real quick. Although an individual in the United States has the maximum rights to the land that they own, these ownership rights are subject to certain powers or rights held by the federal, state, and local governments. And because they're for the general welfare of the community, these limitations on the ownership of real estate supersede the rights of the individual. I don't know about for you, but when I hear that the government's rights can supersede yours, that's like nails down a chalkboard to me. You know, I'm obviously for smaller government. Government rights include the following, okay? So this is all part of police power. So part of the police power is, in the book, just highlight the title, Police Power. It's a power vested in the state to establish legislation to preserve order and protect the public health and safety and to promote the general welfare. A state's police power is passed on to municipalities and counties. The use and enjoyment of property is subject to these restrictions, including environmental protection laws and zoning and building ordinances, regulating the use, occupancy, size, location, construction, and even the rental of real estate. Do you know that if you own a house, you cannot rent it out without first getting permission from the government? You have to go down to your municipality, register your home as a rental property, pay an application fee, fill out an application to get permission from the government to use your own house. This is when government's running amok. Now they're doing it under the guise of the general welfare of the public. All right, and hopefully that's the truly only reason that they're doing it. The problem is it's your property. You should be able to do whatever the hell you want with it, right? Well, if you believe that, then you believe in smaller government, less government intrusion on what your rights are, right? And so when we give these powers to the government, we got to just make sure that we are keeping them in check, that they're not abusing them. So you want to rent your property, you got to register your property as a rental property. You want to change renters now. You have to get it inspected. You got to pay for an inspection to get a fire inspection and a CO anytime you change occupancy. Now, these rules can vary from municipality to municipality because, like it says, the government passes on that right to states, counties, and municipalities that they could create this legislation. So it may vary from municipality to municipality. Okay?
It's
So,
just
look,
a reason to collect money by saying you need a license for this or you need a license for that.
they're
It
giving
brings
you
in more of a cash flow into the municipality. It's a money thing.
they're giving you a license to rent out your own house that you already own.
Yeah, and that you already pay taxes on.
All right. Now the reason why they're doing it is they say, well, they're looking out for the general welfare of the public. They want to make sure that the house is in a safe condition to be occupied and rented to begin with. Okay.
That's the umbrella they put it under.
That's the umbrella they put it under. And as long as they're being true to it, most people don't have a problem with that. But you know what? I've seen people that sold houses before, not just renting, but also selling. Anytime you sell a house, most municipalities require you to get a city inspection and a fire inspection, and you got to pay fees for it. Sometimes these fees are outrageous. Now, take a look at Piscataway. Let's take a look at Piscataway for an example. Now, most municipalities don't require a CO unless you did some kind of construction, but they still require a permit some call it a CO, some call it a CCO, a continued certificate of occupancy, or a COC, certificate of compliance, to make sure that it's still in good, safe condition, you know. But a lot of municipalities only require a CO if you just did some construction to it. But they still, anytime there's a transfer of ownership, require some sort of a city inspection to make sure that you didn't do any construction without a permit, for example. They want the fire inspection to make sure that the property is up to the code of the fire codes, right? Now, take a look at Piscataway. Is an interesting animal. I remember I was selling a house for somebody there, and you know, the guy, he already moved out of state. Now he's living in Florida, and I got his property on the market for sale, and I got a buyer. House was really nice. Got a buyer for it. Went down to file the permit for him to get the CO and fire inspection. And I think this was the first house I sold in Piscataway, and or the first one where I actually had to go down and get the permit. It wasn't my first house I sold. It was the first one where I actually had to go down on behalf of my client. So I needed to get. They wouldn't let me, first of all, file for the permit unless I got a notarized letter from the owner allowing me to file for those inspection permits. Okay, not a problem. Either that or I showed them my listing agreements and such. So that's what I did. I went down, I got my my paperwork, come back with it, and they're like, okay, here you go. Here's the fee. The fee was actually kind of pricey compared to a lot of other municipalities. It was over $100, and you know, some municipalities it's only $25, $35. And in those municipalities, usually they send out a city inspector. In Piscataway, they give you an instruction booklet on what to look out for and to inspect the home yourself.
And you pay for that.
And you pay for
So
that.
you pay
And
to
you
inspect
pay-
your house yourself.
And you're paying a lot more than you usually pay municipalities. So the fee was high to begin with.
That's ridiculous.
So the fee was high.
When I owned my business, I owned my business in Perth Amboy, every year I had to pay a new fee for the code of occupancy every year, and then every year I had to cut out a check to the fire department for something, and I had to make
that's
sure
for the fire department. That's not for a CO because you didn't change the use or anything. You're paying for the fire. Yeah, I do that here in South Plainfield. I pay $109 every year for my fire inspection, where they come in, they make sure that the lights are working on the fire exits, and that the fire extinguishers are charged with this with a tag on them for the current year.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
so every year I got to take and they're not getting a recharge because you can see the gauge on them. They're still good, you know, but I got to get them tested to make sure that the gauge is still working, you know. And they put a new
Absolutely.
tag on the thing every year. I got to pay like $25 to for the certification of each of the fire extinguishers as well, which is kind of ridiculous, you know. Every year, okay. Why? Because we gave them that power to do so, okay. So it's a way for them to get some extra cash. Yes, it is. We got a little gnat in here. I don't know how the hell this came in through the air conditioner or something. Let's see. Eminent domain is another power that we passed on to the government. So it's a power to seize the property of an individual for the greater good of the public. But the owner must receive just compensation. The court process of taking the property through the court system is called condemnation. So let me see. The process, I'm gonna word it differently. The process of taking the property through the court is called condemnation. So condemnation is what you call the court hearing of actually taking the property. Eminent domain is the power of the government, and condemnation is the court process of actually taking the property through the court system. Okay, you guys have to know the difference between that. So I'm pointing that out now. So eminent domain is a power of the government to seize the property of privately owned property. To seize, yeah, I'm going to put that. I'm going to change that to privately owned property. For the greater public good. But the owner must receive just compensation. You see, I got it in quotes. That's like putting giant air quotes up there for me, you know. Greater public good. Well, who determines what is a greater public good? Who determines that the public needs that property? Who determines just compensation? Well, just compensation would be they have to get an appraiser to go out and do it. And hopefully they get an appraiser that is independent and unbiased and is not corrupt in any way, okay? Sometimes people don't agree to the value that they apply to it. Now, the government and certain quasi-governmental authorities are entrusted with these powers of eminent domain, such as public utility companies, public utilities, land clearance commissions, railroads, public housing and redevelopment authorities. So, do you qualify to be able to take someone's property by eminent domain?
The government.
Can you take somebody's property by eminent? No. Can you?
No.
Take
No.
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 Want to bet?
We can do.
Well, I learned something once at a seminar I went to years ago, learning about how to get grants and stuff like that when I was young, before I ever got into real estate. But it was a valuable lesson. It was a valuable lesson. A phrase that the guy said was pretty powerful to me, and it basically was this: you know, knowledge is power. Knowledge is very important, and if you know, even though you don't qualify and you don't meet the, you're not one of those people who are approved to take somebody's property through the powers of eminent domain. If you know who is, then you can take the power. Then you could get access to that power, right? How do you do that? Well, if you know that a government, basically the local politicians and those who are on the housing authority and land clearance commissions and you know, ones that are doing all the approvals for permits for building and construction within the municipality, etc. those who have the power to take property by eminent domain, if you know who has the power to take property through eminent domain, let's say you go there and you take out one of those politicians for lunch because you have an important proposal for them that could help the municipality. So I'm sure they're willing to listen, especially if you're buying, right? So let me mute you guys. A landscaper outside. So now you could take that person out to lunch. And when you take them out to lunch, you propose to them, you know what, there's a property that the owner just doesn't want to sell it to me. If I can get you to use your powers in the municipality to seize that property using eminent domain and use the resources of the government, the local government, their attorneys, the power of the politicians. Plus, it's pretty intimidating. Most people are like, oh, you can't fight City Hall. City Hall wants your property. What are you going to do? If I, as an investor, come up to you and ask you to buy the property, you could say, no. Or you could say, I want so much money. Or I could just go to the politician, convince them that it's in the greater good of the public for them to seize the property under the powers of eminent domain, use the city's money to buy that property, then turn it over to me so that I can build my project, whatever it is, and I'll reimburse the city for the fees that they have out for purchasing and acquiring that property. And at the end of the day, I got that property for less than it would cost me if I went to go get it myself, right? And then I turn it into a strip mall or another used car dealership, because God knows we need more of those in New Jersey, right? And then, well, how is that in the greater good of the public? Well, they're going to get more tax dollars.
Create jobs.
They're going to get more tax dollars, right? They don't care about the jobs. They care about the tax dollars because that's the money that they get. So
yeah,
that's how it's in the greater good of the public, is because it'll earn them more tax dollars that they could piss away every year, right?
Right.
Oh my God. And so properties do get taken away by eminent domain every year by this method. So is that not abuse of power?
Yeah.
Could be.
They get it for less if they get it for less than what the actual cost will be through eminent domain.
Yeah, but
correct?
the municipality looks at it this way. Well, no, they get it at a lesser value. Look, if I'm the investor, what I meant by that was, look, you got to pay that owner of the property whatever the fair market value is. But let's just say that they didn't want to sell, and I have this project I want to build, and I approach that property owner, and say the property's worth $400,000. They're like, give me 9 and we got a deal. Screw you. I'll just go to a politician and I'll ask them, somebody on the zoning board, I'll ask them to use their powers of eminent domain to use the mayor or whoever. I'll go to somebody in the town that's got the juice, and I will convince them that it's in their greater good to take this property from this individual, because how much are they paying on taxes on the property right now? What are they paying? $7,000, $8,000 taxes for their property right now. Whereas if I take it, I'm going to do this project. I'm going to significantly increase the amount of taxes that the municipality can collect for that property. So isn't it more tax dollars
around everywhere else
for education and your whatever spending that you want to use down there at City Hall, right? Whatever expenses you could use that for, whatever. It's that much more money that you're going to be generating every year from the tax base. Okay. So isn't that in the greater good of the public?
Yeah.
Right? You see how it's a little bit subjective there, but that's the way politicians look at it, right? So they use that power of eminent domain like that. So that's how it gets abused. Now, I could always fight that if I don't agree to it. Now, if I don't agree to the public taking, let's see. Let's go back to the book. We highlighted, or we're going to highlight, under that first bullet point there, or second bullet point after police power, eminent domain enables a government to exercise its right to acquire privately owned real estate for public use through the process of condemnation. So condemnation is the process, eminent domain is the power of the government. Now, let me continue reading. The taking must be for a greater public good, and the owner must receive just compensation. If after negotiation the owner does not agree to the taking or a fair price cannot be agreed upon, then a condemnation suit can be instituted. If after a condemnation hearing agreement is still not reached, the case can go before Superior Court for trial either by a jury or before a judge in an open court. The right of eminent domain is granted by state and local agencies, not only to public agencies and governmental bodies, but also to railroad, public utility companies, quasi-public bodies like land clearance commissions and public housing and redevelopment authorities. So if you go to any of these agencies, you could get them to seize the property and have them turn it over to you. Okay, so you don't necessarily have to have the power of eminent domain. They got it already. Okay, so they could use it for their own purposes, or sometimes their purposes can be in line with yours if it's to generate more tax dollars. But either way, if you don't agree to that taking or the amount that they offered, what can you do? You can have it heard in court. You could argue it in court. And that can be fought all the way up to the Superior Court. Now, would you rather to have it heard by a jury or before a judge?
Jury.
I would.
Jury.
I would. Because a jury is less likely than a judge. A judge will be like, oh, okay, I could see the reasoning behind why they need the property, so they need it. So let me bang my gavel, and you got to turn it over. Versus a jury, they may be a little more sympathetic to you, right? There are other people that can picture themselves, well, I don't want my property being taken away. You know, if they came knocking on my door to take my property so that they could build another strip mall, God knows we need another one of those, right? Or to put out a business, a small business owner, because they were going to take their business out so they could instead tear it down and build a hotel there in its place. You know, there's instances of this happening all the time. There was a case like that. Some lady owned the building. She owned the property. Where she trained dogs and she was a dog groomer and trainer, and she owned a large lot. So she also kind of had a shelter there for dogs as well. And the state used the powers of eminent domain to take her property so that they could turn it over to somebody to build a hotel. Like they needed that particular location to build a hotel. You see how it could get abused?
Yeah, it was a power trip. They did it because they felt they can.
And they can if people don't fight against it, right? So,
yeah.
Put a highlighted box around the first bullet point here that says state laws provide for ownership of real estate to escheat. That means to revert to the state when an owner dies, leaving no will disposing of their estate and no heirs can be located. And then at the end of that, write process of escheat, page 277. You see that right here? Escheat, also on the slideshow, page 277. Okay, and I think we already went to 277. That was, and we looked over that. I believe we did. Let me see, page 277. Yeah, that was chapter 20. Remember we did that? What happens when somebody dies intestate without a will? What happens to their assets? Remember we did that in the previous chapter. We did that. So what is escheat? When you die intestate, what does that mean?
Without a will.
Without a will.
And no heirs can be located. The state escheats you out of your property. Right? Now, they're not escheating you out of anything. There's a whole process that they go through. And then that money goes into a fund for a year where relatives or those with the rights to it can claim the money, right?
Yeah, but if it's not claimed, then they pocket it themselves.
Yep.
Or at least
Yep.
goes to the government.
And then the government also has the power of taxation. What's taxation used for? To fund the operation of government. Huh. That must be nice. Give yourself a raise anytime you think you need more money. Well, government can do that, right? Through taxation. However, if you remember, we're not supposed to have taxation without representation, right? Now, history is an important thing, and a lot of people forget the Constitution of the United States. A lot of people forget things like the Boston Tea Party and what that was all about. Taxation without representation. You know, England wanted to, you know, tax us for the tea. So what did they do? They threw all the tea in the harbor, right? That was the fight against taxation without getting anything in return for it. That's what they mean by taxation without representation. If the government's going to tax us, they're only supposed to be able to tax us if we're getting something in return, because government is supposed to be represented for and by for and in favor of the people that it represents. All right. So public land use controls. Municipal governments are authorized to implement local master plans on how they're going to manage the municipality. And part of that includes land use and zoning classifications. Some of the land use zoning classifications are, here's some of the common ones: residential, commercial, industrial, institutional, recreational. But there's also subclasses are also available. Like you have R1, R2, R3. Is this residential? Can I put a one family, or can I put up an apartment building, right? So there are subclasses of each one of these zonings available as well. So land use zoning classifications and subclass for zoning. All right. You can't just build whatever you want just because you own real estate. The government has zoning classifications that dictate what can be used where. And let's throw another one in there. Pretty common. Mixed use zoning. In other words, can I put a real estate office in my house?
Yeah.
I can?
No. No.
No.
No.
I
No, you
can't?
can't.
Like, can I or can I?
No.
You guys
No.
don't know. You don't know where I
But
live.
yes. If you're the broker and you have the sign facing out towards the street.
All right, hold on one second. Don't confuse real estate licensing law with what the local municipal law is. They're two different things. I need to abide by all of them. So basically, the real estate commission says that a real estate broker can have an office in their house. However, the local zoning ordinances, I can't just open up a business in the middle of a residential area.
No, that's true. That's true.
But if I live in a mixed use zone, that it's residential and commercial.
Commercial.
It's a mixed use. I could use both. If I'm in an area that's mixed use, then I could then use my property at my home also as my business. That's only if it's in a mixed use zone though. So remember, I have to follow the local zoning laws too. Because the real estate commission gives me the permission doesn't mean that I can still do that, not unless the municipality does as well. All right. So under zoning on page 104, I want you to highlight zoning ordinances are laws of local government authorities, such as municipalities and counties, that regulate and control the use of land and structures within designated districts or zones. So yeah, we should actually have on this slide zoning ordinances. And I should write that laws of local government authorities
Jesse.
they regulate and control the use of the land and structures within designated districts or zones. And then we have the subclasses of zoning here. Okay, so what are zoning ordinances? There are laws of the local government authorities, such as municipalities and counties, regulating and controlling the use of the land, basically dictating what can be built and where. Regulating the use of, and controlling the use of the land and structures. So I'm going to say the use of the land and what it can be used for and structures. What can be built and where. So there are laws of the local government authorities and municipalities and counties regulating and controlling designated districts or zones, the use of the land, what can it be used for, and the structures, what can be built or where. Okay, and here are some of the land use zoning classifications and subclasses. There we go. That slide looks better now. Okay. Public land use controls continue. So zoning ordinances were first introduced in 1967 in New Jersey. Did a little research for you to find that out. That's not here in the book. That's also not on exam. So New Jersey did not have any zoning laws until 1967. Basically, if you owned property in New Jersey, you could build whatever the hell you want anywhere you wanted. You guys ever see in the middle of a residential area, you got a local convenience store? You ever wonder how they got the permit to put a commercial property in the middle of a residential neighborhood? Well, it was probably built before 1967 because that's when they first introduced any zoning ordinances in New Jersey. All right. That was just a little factoid for you here. You don't need to know that, for example.
But then was grandfathered in after 1967.
Yeah. Now, look, if you've got a property that's being used as a convenience store in the middle of a residential area, now they create or change the zoning laws. If that's the case, your use is allowed to continue. It's grandfathered. It's considered a non-conforming use, which is the very next topic here. A non-conforming use is any use that does not meet the current zoning requirements because they changed them or created them. Okay? So the use is considered to be grandfathered. It's old like your grandfather. It's allowed to stay around. The use is allowed to continue because it was there before the zoning law was created or changed.
There's a commercial business in the middle of a residential business where a guy, he actually does radiators repairs on cars. It's a commercial business right in the middle.
Any kind.
And it's been grandfathered in, and
because they didn't create. So even though they created zoning ordinances in 1967, that's when they created the first one. They weren't automatically created and passed throughout the whole state and every municipality. you know, over time, over the years, these ordinances were being created and changed in each of the municipalities. Okay. Each of the counties, each of the municipalities over time, over the period of years, you may not have had ordinances in your municipality to cover certain things until the 80s or 90s even, you know, or even today
Yeah.
they're still creating new ones, right? So what purpose that the property can be used for depends on what your local law says, what the local zoning ordinances are. So if you want to use a property that does not meet the current zoning requirements, you got to apply for something that they call a variance, a zoning variance. This is a permit for a new use or purpose that does not meet the current zoning requirement to vary from current zoning law. That's why they call it a variance. It's a permit to vary from the current zoning law. Now, I'm going to say laws because there's many. Now, who do you apply to get the variance? Well, you apply to the Zoning Board of Appeals. They're the ones who grant or deny variance permits based on hardship. You have to plead your case out to them. Why should we allow you to vary from the current zoning laws? Okay, so you have to show you got some kind of a hardship or you've been disenfranchised in some way that would cause that. I'm going to minimize this a bit.
I've heard of cases where people have been denied to even have a vegetable garden because they say that's considered commercial, having vegetable gardens in that area is not zoned for commercial. I've heard of cases. I don't know how true that could be, but
I don't know, man. It's from there. Listen, there's a lot of wacky laws throughout the state of New Jersey. You want to find
You
out
ain't
some weird
kidding.
ones, just do a basic Google search, or you could check out that weirdnj.com. Remember? Hold on a second. I got my browser window open. I had something about strange laws in New Jersey. 11 thing. Oh no, here's 11 things about NJ taxes that may really tick you off. Huh, let me see, what is this? They go over all kinds of taxes, gas taxes, and all kinds of other taxes in there. But let's see, if you want to be a millionaire, it may cost you. In New Jersey, if you feel like earning $1 million, it may cost you dearly. Murphy wants to raise the tax for New Jersey's top earners, bumping the current 8.97% to 10.75% for all income that exceeds $1 million.
yeah, a lot of people leaving Jersey on account of the Murphy's going out of control.
Well, there's a lot of taxes. I mean, we got the gas taxes that keep going up when and the times that they usually decide that they're going to want to raise those taxes are usually when the time of the year when the price of gas is low, because then people don't notice it as much. But then when the time, which is like for the more active times where the gas prices go up, like around now, they're starting to go up as demand goes up for it. You know, when people are going out there and boating and traveling for vacations and all that. So now is when it would hurt you most. Okay, so there's an interesting thing though. You guys may want to look up, the laws in New Jersey. Weird NJ, or just do a Google search. You could find some weird laws in New Jersey, and you could see how they create them. I just came across a weird article that said, just they passed a law in New Jersey recently that for decades, it may sound kind of sick, but it is sick. Did you know that now previously it was illegal for decades? It was illegal in New Jersey, but now it's perfectly legal in New Jersey. Incest.
Yeah, I'm not surprised because they passed a couple other messed up laws. Yeah, I'm not surprised.
Why would somebody why would somebody change a law like that to make it legal? but there's some weird rules to it. You know, it's like
How long ago did that come into play?
just a couple of years ago. It's the weirdest thing. But it just shows you there's a lot of wacky laws in the state of New Jersey. I'll try to put something entertaining on our Facebook page about that. Let me make a little note about it. Maybe I'll even try to do that during lunch, which we're about to break for in a moment. You know what? Let me throw a poll up there right now for us, for the morning poll that you guys can answer. Just answer that.
What's the name of the Facebook group? Career Path Academy?
Oh, our link is here. Let me put it up on screen over here. So it is facebook.com/Career Path Academy. Okay. So this is our link, facebook.com/Career Path Academy. Here, I'm going to actually, I'll send it as a chat to everybody. Go there, like it, love it.
Thanks.
Okay, there you go. Go there, like it and love it. You know, I do give giveaways too to our to people who like our page. Okay. I have several giveaways to give away soon, by the way. Gonna pause. Okay, so let's see. We left off here with the public land use controls. Okay, we did the zoning on not what a non-conforming use is. What it means, the term grandfathered means. It means that if you have a property that doesn't meet the current zoning requirements, but it doesn't have to, because it was used for a purpose before the zoning laws were created or changed, so therefore you don't have to abide by the new current zoning laws. You're grandfathered because your use is older than the zoning laws that were applicable now. That's also what a non-conforming use means. Now, a zoning variance is the permit that you need to apply for if you want to use the property now for a purpose that doesn't meet the current zoning requirements. You would have to apply for a permit in order to do so. And you would, in order to get that permit, you really need to show that you had been disenfranchised in some way or negatively affected from the zoning laws in order to get that variance. And one example may be that if you, if they have a street here, let's put up the whiteboard for a second. And let me just show you a quick example. So if you have a road over here and the zoning requirement says that a property, you cannot build a structure, it has to be at least 30 feet back from the street in order to build a structure. And that's fine in these areas over here, but what happens if, like this, there's a giant mountain. This is a mountain. You can't build 30 feet back because if you try building 30 feet back, you're running into the mountain. Well, you could apply for a variance that would allow you to build closer to the road than normally allowed because you're disenfranchised by that zoning law that wouldn't allow you to build a structure there. You see? So there's one example of how people can be affected by those by zoning laws and the purpose of variances. Okay, so let's see let's go back to the slideshow. The Zoning Board of Appeals listens to those arguments of that hardship, and they would determine whether they're going to grant the variance or not. Now, Mount Laurel decision prohibits exclusionary zoning. Remember, what is exclusionary zoning? It's a discriminatory zoning practice. Mount Laurel decision prohibits exclusionary zoning, which was a result of zoning power abuse, which discriminated against where poor people can live, right? It ended up negatively affecting people. Now, whether that wasn't the municipality's intent, but either way, the end result was they were discriminated against. And once again, you don't have to prove intent when it comes to discrimination, right? Only the fact that a discriminatory act had occurred. So Mount Laurel decisions outlawed exclusionary zoning. This was an abusive practice, which was result of zoning power abuse. Okay. Subdivision regulations include such things as, well, let's go to the book. On the right side of 104, let's highlight exclusionary zoning, sometimes used in the past to keep low-income or moderate-income families out of suburban communities, has been outlawed by the Mount Laurel decisions.
Wait, I do not see that, Victor.
Page 104, upper right-hand corner, the top of the page. Exclusionary zoning.
Yeah, got it. Thank you.
Okay. The next paragraph, we're going to highlight a building that does not meet or that does not conform to the zoning use because it was erected before the enactment of the zoning law. Such a non-conforming use is allowed to continue its grandfather. Okay, highlight that. Now they do say if the use is abandoned or the building is destroyed or torn down, any new structure must comply with the current zoning ordinance. Local laws may say that the right to a non-conforming use is lost if such use is discontinued for a certain period, usually 1 year. In general, however, courts have held that simple non-use does not constitute abandonment. All right, so because you didn't use the property doesn't mean that you abandoned it. So they can't use that as a reasoning to take away your grandfathered status. Let's see, the next paragraph just talks about zoning board and then zoning variations. Go down 4 lines and highlight owners may appeal for a variance from existing regulations to allow a use that does not meet zoning requirements. And of course, there they go on to say a variance may be sought by prospective owner who has suffered a hardship as a result of the zoning law. And then they give the example that I drew on the whiteboard a couple seconds ago.
Can you repeat that last one that you asked us to highlight, please?
Sure. 4th line down under zoning variance. Owners may appeal for a variance from existing regulations to allow use that does not meet zoning requirements. If you wanted to, you could continue that and say that it affects the people who have experienced a hardship as a result of zoning laws.
Thank you.
Sure. Now, building codes. These are another part of regulations, subdivision regulations, municipal regulations. But in this case now, they're talking about subdivision regulations for some reason, even though this chapter is not about subdivisions. But building codes, what are those? Well, the government was also given the authority to create building codes. It's a minimum standard for construction. It says how the buildings can be put together, minimum quality of materials used. This code is maintained and enforced by the DCA, the Department of Community Affairs. If the local community doesn't have their own code enforcement officials, let me see, that's something separate. If the local community does not have its own code enforcement officials, they don't have their own inspection department, the DCA, state inspectors, will perform the inspections. Okay. So what do we call the state's minimum standard for construction? Well, it's that the building code is called the UCC. That's the laws. When they talk about building codes, the UCC, that's the Uniform Construction Code. Who enforces and maintains that code? The DCA, the Department of Community Affairs. Okay. So, woo. See, subdivision regulations is a different topic altogether. In a subdivision, let's see, they're basically saying that the state has power over subdivision. So subdivision regulations,
Where are you reading that from? Because
104.
oh, geez.
Subdivision
Bounce back and
regulations.
forth.
I'm going in order. I'm going in order with the paragraphs in the book. All right.
Okay, doke.
So even these slides are going in order with the paragraphs in the book. And if anything changes, I announce to you guys. I let you guys know. Okay.
Okay.
So,
Okay, my bad.
when they talk about subdivision regulations, this is another government power because we're still on the topic of land use controls of the government, right? So if you want, what is a subdivision? A subdivision is anytime you take one larger piece of land and you divide it into more than one lot and you sell off a smaller lot off of a larger lot. It's now classified as a subdivision. And your municipality can dictate, they could allow a subdivision to go on, or, you know, most subdivisions require a public hearing if they're large enough. So they leave that up to the municipality to decide what constitutes a minor subdivision that doesn't require public hearing and what constitutes a major subdivision that does. Some things that are covered by subdivision regulations, talking about what they will, what they need in order to approve you. They talk about location, grading, alignment, subsurface and surfacing and widths of streets, highways, and other rights of ways. Installation of sewers and water mains are covered by subdivision regulations. Minimum dimensions of lot sizes, building and setback lines. These things are all covered. So you know what? Let's just make another slide here. And in this other slide, I'm going to keep these things together when we talk about building codes. And we'll just keep that as a topic all onto its own. And that's what this slide is about. Okay. I just created another slide. That's it. We still have this other one here. And I'm just going to remove this stuff from the bottom. And then this way we could just add things here pertaining to the subdivision regulations. So the municipalities have some control over subdivision regulations, about the location, what does it say? Location, grading, alignment, surfacing, and widths of streets, highways, and other rights of way. They cover installation, rules, and inspections for installation of sewers, often requiring bonding, and water mains. The regulations will also cover minimum dimensions, minimum and maximum lot sizes, and density. You know, how density and area ratio. How about density and area ratio? You know, how much of your lot can you actually build on? because they don't want you paving over the entire lot, because if you do that, it's going to then affect drainage, right? So if everybody did that, now you're going to be overburdening our sewer systems, okay? And then also things like building and setback lines. These are some of the topics that are covered there. Really?
Is there a lot of interactions code enforcement when it comes to residential? I know when I had my business and I was on a commercial lot, I dealt a lot with them, especially on the part of like if I wanted to subdivide, to sublease and things like that. But is there a lot of interactions with residential?
Well, yeah. I mean, subdivision regulations doesn't matter. We're mainly talking about residential when we're talking about subdivisions. But yeah, you could have commercial subdivisions too, I guess. But yeah, I mean, look, subdivision regulations could also, they regulate the building and setback lines. What are they? Well, let's go to this whiteboard one more time. All right. So setback. What is a setback? Well, it's a minimum distance from a property line that any structure can be built. So let's see, you got your property. How far away from the property line can a structure be built? This is called a setback. But you also have rear and side setbacks too. If you want to build a shed in your backyard, how far off the property line does it have to be?
Yeah,
So
that's true.
So you got rear and side setbacks. That's the minimum distance from the property line that a structure can be built. Now, say you want to put an Olympic-sized swimming pool in your backyard now, right? So to put that, whoop, it's not how you spell pool. So to put a pool in your backyard, and let's see, now you want to put a deck over here. You're going to put a deck back here as well. You know, let's see, you're going to, you know what, you want to add on a garage. So you're going to put a garage, attach that to your house, right? The house and garage. And then you, let's say you want to put this, this shed back there, but you want to have driveway leading to it. So now you want to, you know, make a driveway, or you're going to add on to that driveway over here that you had going, right? So you're going to have it going like that, okay? So you got your driveway. You know, the more and more that you build, the more area that you cover, where's the water going? So a lot of municipalities may say that you got a 30 to 35%. Now this will vary. Don't take these numbers. It varies. You got to check with each municipality of the amount of total area that you could be built on. That can be covered.
Those would be impervious surfaces, right?
Yes. All right. So, I mean, if you have a structure there, well, there you go. The water's not going through it, you know. Same thing with a driveway, okay? You put a concrete pad here for your shed. You build a shed there. You put a deck over there. That'll also count, even though decks, you know, they have the, you know, way for water to run through, but it's still less area for the water to escape to. Now, the width of the front of the lot facing the street, they call that frontage. So if this width of this lot is 150 feet, it says you have 150 front feet. You see the way that it can be used in sentences? So how much frontage do you have? Well, I have 150 front feet. Okay, so I want you guys to familiarize yourself with these terms. Setback is the minimum distance from the property line that anything can be built. Okay, Then you got these total areas of coverage, okay? These are all terms that we need to understand. Now, if it's a waterfront property, the frontage would be on the side that's touching the water, right? Remember that from when we talked about water rights? So the side touching the water, this is a waterfront property, be measured from here, okay? That's how much frontage you would actually have. That's the more expensive size of the property. Okay, going back to our slideshow. So building and construction regulations, these are also part of the public land use controls. They could regulate how you could build the structure, what kind of materials can be used, what can be built and where, okay?
Can you go to the diagram once?
Sorry?
The diagram that you have done?
What, this one?
Yeah.
You looking for something in particular, or are you just taking notes? Just snap a picture of it
Just
really quick.
taking the notes.
Yeah, just snap a picture of it real quick.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, done.
All right.
Thank you.
All right, so building codes. The minimum standard for construction is called the UCC, state's minimum standard for construction. This code, the building codes, they are maintained and enforced by the DCA, Department of Community Affairs. They have a database of these building codes. If a local municipality doesn't have their own code enforcement officials, the DCA inspectors, the state inspectors, DCA state inspectors will perform the inspections. So some environmental issues now. So let's go to, first of all, the paragraph under building codes and just write UCC, Uniform Construction Code, above it. Now, after any construction has been issued, has been performed, a CO, I'm going to just do it this way, CO or CO for certificate of occupancy, or C of O for certificate of compliance. Okay, so certificate of occupancy is an inspection C of O is a certificate of well, it depends on what they call it, certificate of occupancy or CO or C of O.
Compliance.
It's the same thing. CO, or some people call it a C of O, you know, for the lingo. It's a certificate of occupancy. COC would be a certificate of compliance. Okay. Some municipalities may call it that. I'm going to keep it in the same thing here, certificate of occupancy, or sometimes called a certificate of compliance. Now, where resales where no construction is done, sometimes they may require a CCO. It depends on the municipality. That would be a continued And not all municipalities even require an inspection. I mean, they do when construction is done, because that's state requires that. But as far as anytime you're transferring the ownership of real estate, if no work has been done on the property, some municipalities say you need to get a CO. Some say no, we give CCOs or COCs. You know, you got to check with each municipality, what do they call the permit or the inspection? But usually there's going to be some kind of inspection that's required. So this is for an unaltered building, just anytime you're changing the occupancy. So a certificate of compliance, or let's see. So a certificate of continued certificate of occupancy may sometimes be required. Some municipalities. Okay, now CO though, sometimes this is required. So I'm going to say others may require a CO. Okay, it depends on the municipality. Okay, so go down to the last paragraph under building codes and highlight certificate of occupancy where you see it in bold. Certificate of occupancy, CO or COC, or for an altered building, certificate of compliance. In some municipalities, a certificate of continued occupancy may be also required for transfers of existing buildings. It depends on the municipalities what they call these inspections, okay? Apparently, there is no uniform naming convention or requirement.
Which one you just requested that we highlight a certain part right under building code? Where was that at again?
Last 4 lines under building code. You see where it says certificate of occupancy in bold?
Yes.
Highlight certificate of occupancy, CO, or a COC. For an altered building, a certificate of compliance. In some municipalities, a certificate of continued occupancy may be required for simple transfers when no work has been done.
Thank you.
Sure. So basically, you guys see things that you're seeing on these slideshows are same things pretty much I got here, and I'm having you highlight. Okay, so there you go.
Okay.
Environmental issues. The rest of this chapter is going to be talking about all kinds of hazardous materials and environmental issues and concerns that come up when selling real estate and dealing with real estate, okay? So New Jersey does recognize the need to balance a legitimate commercial use of land with the need to preserve the vital resources and protect the quality of the state's air, water, and soil. You know, the majority of the state of New Jersey is the most densely populated state in the nation. You guys know that? That's a factoid. Did you also know that the majority of the state is not, doesn't have any construction to it? Majority of the state's land is not being utilized. We have the pine lands, which are millions of acres of land not being used. It's just preserved. We got parklands. We got wetlands. We got the highlands. You know, we got space all over that the majority of it is not being utilized. So, but the areas that are very densely populated. So let me add there. New Jersey is the highest, is the most populated state in the nation. Hey, did you also know that, I already told you guys about New Jersey. We have a lot of equestrian properties. We have a lot of horses in this state. We're like the second state with the most amount of horses. We got a lot of racetracks. We've got a lot of equestrian properties. We got a lot of horse owners. You know, we do. You want to take pony rides. We got all kinds of stuff like that throughout the state. We got a lot of farmland, right? We're the garden state, for crying out loud, for a reason, right? So let's see, hazardous substances in construction. We're gonna start off with them. Well, under environmental issues, you see there's a website link here, epa.gov. Well, that'll be here on the next one, on the next slide. Either way, hazardous substance. Here are some of the hazardous substances that we're gonna be going over now. Asbestos, lead, radon, urea formaldehyde. This is in spray foam insulation. Mold, carbon monoxide, which is a byproduct from unspent carbon fuels. In case you didn't know, everything on the planet Earth is carbon-based. So anything that burns, a side effect is carbon monoxide. Okay, it's unspent, the unfully burnt fuel. We have electromagnetic fields. Are those EMFs? Are they dangerous? Groundwater contamination is an important issue, and underground storage tanks. What do we usually store in underground storage tanks? We store a lot of things.
Oil.
Waste. Everything from human waste to oil. Well, oil is the first thing that our minds go to, though, right? So let's go over some of this now. Environmental issues. Let's see and move this out of the way, Tad. New Jersey recognizes the balance of legitimate commercial use of land with the need to preserve the vital resources to protect the quality of the state's air, water, and soil. Now, the EPA has a booklet here. Actually, they have two. Making Homes Healthier booklet and the Home Healthy Action booklet. Copy those over into our links page real quick. Sorry, I'm just on another page right now, just making those booklet notes for you. So these links I just put into that links page I'm going to make available to you guys. So we have the EPA's booklet about making the homes basically child safe, okay? We also have Making Homes Healthier HUD booklet available from HUD, the Department of Housing and Urban Development. I can have them like that. And those links you could find up here on the last line, pretty much under environmental issues. You could highlight them if you like in the book. EPA, Gov, sites, production, et cetera, et cetera. There's a PDF document there that it links to. But these are different links that I found for you. Okay, they're not here in the book. Okay. Now, plain language. Okay, what are they talking about here? Plain language, probably the requirement for the contracts. But either way, here's some of the issues: mold, radon, carbon monoxide, allergies, secondhand smoke, volatile organic compounds, which they refer to as VOCs. Asbestos. Let's go over this. Here's something to know for exams. Asbestos is a mineral. It's a mineral. Asbestos is a mineral resistant to fire and heat. Wait a minute. If asbestos is a mineral resistant to fire and heat, what would it be good for? Well,
firewalls.
Yeah. Well, it would be.
Was used for pipes, heated pipes, insulation on shipyards.
Well, pipe.
And commercial buildings, a lot in commercial buildings. Insulation on the walls. It was basically used for everything, but then was banned.
Yeah, why was it banned?
It causes cancer.
Yeah.
And as asbestos
Wait.
fiber.
How does it cause cancer?
It's airborne
by
because the
inhaling
fibers
it.
are so small.
When it's airborne, correct. So when its particles are so small, you breathe them in. If you were to look at a asbestos particle under a microscope, here, let me see if I could possibly find something like that for you guys to see. Asbestos, if not, I'll draw a picture.
Well, normally our body rejects it by causing mucus when it comes up when we inhale certain dust-form particles. But with asbestos is different because it gets stuck into our lungs and stay there and causes cancer. You could get lung cancer,
What are you, a
colon
lawyer?
cancer.
What are you, a lawyer or something? You sound like
mesothelioma. Have you heard of those commercials?
No,
If
because
you lived in a house
I
in
used to do
1970
Yeah.
I used to do asbestos removal. I worked for
Okay.
a company and I was licensed in Jersey, New
So
York,
here,
and
hold on.
Philadelphia.
Let's look at some asbestos
Yeah.
particles under a microscope. You see this? Oh, that
Yeah.
looks like a picker bush, doesn't it? These
Yeah.
fibers are they're really magnifying it down, but if you don't magnify it down that much, it looks like a razor sharp snowflake with jagged edges. And you can see what I mean by that. You see over here when they're all bunched up together. Over here, they're making it look more like needles. Okay. By the way, they're so tiny. They're tiny, 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 tiny. So when you breathe them in, they stick into your organs, right? Your lungs are. Your lungs are supposed to be able to breathe. They're supposed to be pliable so that so that they can flex to pump the carbon monoxide out or carbon dioxide out, and to be able to pump the oxygen in, right? To inhale, exhale,
There's a good picture online that I saw a couple years ago, and it showed a comparison of normal lungs versus lungs that had asbestos.
Yep.
And the images looked so different, you couldn't even recognize that they were lungs.
Well, I mean, if you guys ever seen the human display that was put up, you guys ever see that? I forget what it's called. They actually use it's called bodies. You guys ever see that bodies display? It's real bodies that are used, and they've got cutaways for science purposes for display. Heck, often when you're on vacation somewhere, they have a museum or an area where you could see the bodies tour, where basically they're real people who donated their life, they donated their bodies to science, and they did cutaways. They removed their skin. They show you they remove their skin and all the organs. One just shows the skeletal system. One that just shows all of your all the nerves. Everything is cut away except for the nerves. Another one is just all of your cardiovascular system. Another one shows the organs and cutaway of a normal lung versus a diseased lung, the liver, all the major organs and stuff. It's a really interesting display. You guys should go there. Even perhaps even take your kids to see it, depending on their age, and have them take a look. But one thing that really strikes you, you may be looking at this, it looks unreal, but these are real human beings there. That's why they try to get you to be respectful. Don't take pictures when you're in there. They don't want you making a lot of noise in there. They just want you to be respectful and understand what this actually is. These are people. These are real human beings here that they did the cutaways for. But here, the bodies display. Yeah. I went to I went to one in
asbestos.
In Vegas.
Go ahead.
They have them. They have them in several locations. The one I went to was in Las Vegas, in the Luxor Hotel. That's actually the hotel I was staying at. Let me see if I could pull up these.
New York had one too, I think.
I saw them once in my country. They do like also tours. So they go for a period of time, other countries also.
Yeah, this was a traveling thing, but I think Vegas has its own now that it's like permanently there. Yeah, here, let me pull it up, show it to you just real quick, because we're not going to see the damage for the asbestos, but like You can see this one, just they have ones about the muscles, show how the muscles work. In the galleries, you see the actual people that show the skin. The skin is your largest organ, you know. They got the cutaway for all the different, you know, the muscles within the body and such, you know. They don't get into it too much in here. This guy's funny as hell if you guys ever seen him. He used to be annoying in those commercials, in those Sprint commercials or AT&T commercials. I forget which one. But this guy is he is a great comedian. If you guys ever get a chance to go see him. Carrot Top. All right. Anyway. So, asbestos is another hazardous material, and its use was banned in 1978. Asbestos, its use was banned in construction in 1978. So siding and roof shingles, popcorn sprayed ceilings it was used in floor tiles. It was used in insulation.
Used on even was used on brake pads.
I mean,
on the cars years ago.
Well, pertaining to real estate and trying to limit that. I mean, especially.
No. I understand that, but I'm saying asbestos. What it was used for everything.
I used to be an auto mechanic, and we were starting to even when I was in high school in auto shop. You know, we had the machine there with the filtration system that had to go down to so many microns of filtration. We would have to in the class before we could work on brakes. They wanted us to put the brake unit inside of this enclosed filtrated box, because a lot of times what we did is when we did brake jobs like on drum brakes, we just take the drum off, slam it on the ground to get all the dust out. It's the easiest way to do it. Old mechanics do. Dust gets all over the place, you know. You breathe that crap in. I mean, you want to talk about asbestos. I mean, it is a mineral, okay? It is a mineral. It's a mineral. It's used and banned in 1978. Now it's a mineral, so that means it comes from the earth. That means that it's not man-made. Not everything that's comes from the earth is good for you. You know, a lot of I just want to get that message out to people that, you know, they think that everything that's natural that comes from the earth or everything that's deadly is all man-made. This is not true. What the hell is wrong with this? There we go. It's a mineral and it's mined. Anybody ever hear of the Johnson & Johnson lawsuit for the baby powder, the talc? I'm sorry. The talc lawsuit. Those are the ones that you see on TV all the time, constantly. On the internet, you surf, you always see lawsuits for the Johnson & Johnson, issues about the talc. Well, why is that? Well, hold on one second. I got some links. Hold on. Bear with me one moment. What are you guys seeing right now, by the way? Seeing slideshow? What are you seeing?
The slideshow.
Okay. Slideshow of asbestos.
Okay.
Title asbestos.
All right. I'm on a different screen. I'm just looking for something right now for you. All right. So.
I don't know if you've heard like the commercials, but it'll be like, if you were born in 1978 or earlier, you might be entitled to some crazy amount of money because a lot of the houses had asbestos before that time.
Yeah, if you got cancer now, or if you died.
Yeah, if you have mesothelioma, mostly.
Or mesothelioma, correct.
Yeah, that one.
Where the hell are my notes on this? I had some nice notes for this. find it all open documents. There we go. And this is under. I got a lot of links for this. All right. I'm not going through all this crap. But a lot of the issues we're going to be talking about right now in construction, you can see about pulling up a link for some items. Asbestos pipe insulation as an example. Just want you guys to be able to recognize it if you're in a house. Okay, when remediation is going on, this is what they usually do right here. You see in this picture here, they're actually putting plastic compartmentalizing the house. You know, they're covering the floors. They're making the rooms actually smaller by putting up these plastic things. They even wrap the house when asbestos remediation is going on, depending on what they're removing. Is it a popcorn ceiling? Is it just insulation? Is it just insulation around pipes? How does it look like? Well, let's look at this one. Okay, that doesn't give you a good clear cutaway shot, but if you were to look at, there we go. Here's a good cutaway. See if we could zoom in on that a little bit by opening up the image. Apparently not. All right, well, that's not a good image. Well, basically, it looks like cardboard. If you were to take a piece of cardboard, and you know how cardboard is corrugated, all right, it looks like you're wrapping a pipe in corrugated material like cardboard. And then they have this asbestos fibers wrapped in there with it. And then they put some kind of a wrapping on the outside that prevents those fibers from getting airborne. But the thing is, on the edges of the pipes where they usually get disturbed, when people start messing with it, that's when it starts becoming dangerous and it starts getting airborne, when it starts breaking away. Okay, you start messing with the edges. You see this? It's all fine over here. But once it starts, you start breaking it away and it starts falling apart. Okay, and it starts getting airborne. That's when it starts becoming dangerous for you to breathe. Now, see that? This one's all disintegrating. They must have got water in there at some point. Somebody cut it away a little bit, starting to fall out. Now, you see this in the house. Don't go running out of the basement. Oh, sky's falling and you get cancer because you got the asbestos in the basement. You know, guys, relax. It takes, unless you see it all over in the air and you're breathing that stuff in, take a break, okay? Don't run out all hysterical because the house has asbestos in it. You ain't gonna get cancer. Relax. It's when that dust is airborne and you're breathing it in. It takes an amount of exposure. It takes length of time for exposure if it's not all floating all over the air, you know? The thing that we need to see is when we see it in a house, we need to be able to identify it and then notify the owner, you know, you got asbestos in there and it needs to be remediated. Now, how do they remediate it? Well, there's two ways, either encapsulation, which they wrap it so that it doesn't become airborne and it doesn't become a danger and you get to keep that awesome insulator, or removal, okay? So those are the two options. Now, I usually suggest to people, even though it's an awesome insulator, I usually suggest removal because when a buyer comes in, their home inspector is going to be like, oh, you got asbestos on the pipes and that causes cancer. And people get hysterical because they're not educated about these things and they just want it out. So they usually rip it out, and oftentimes they don't even replace it with another insulation and wonder why their heating bill's so high. When the heater's always got to kick on to warm up the water within those pipes that keep cooling off because there's no insulation wrapped around it. So one thing that's important is when you remove that asbestos, that you get some kind of an insulator to put around the pipes again. That's a very important step if you want to save yourself some heating bills. Heating and hot water pipes should be insulated. All right, let me see. I have some more links.
If you want prevent from getting fined too, you have to have a professional company do it, because you could get seriously fined if you was removing asbestos, because asbestos has to be properly disposed of.
Yeah. Listen, here, let's see. Now, where does asbestos come from? It comes from the earth. It gets mined. We're still here, right? You guys can see this, right? Truth about asbestos materials. Look, it gets mined. Now, often a lot of people don't know is so does talc. You know, the Johnson & Johnson lawsuit. And the level of earth, you see how there's cutaways here? Let's just say that this level of earth is where the talc is. They dig the talc out with a truck like this. They're scooping it out, right? And the next layer just below it is where the asbestos is. So when they dig into the ground, that scoop, the truck is scooping in some of that. They try not to disturb that asbestos layer, but sometimes, you know, they scoop it out. And this is why it's supposed to get filtered. And they do filter it. And Johnson & Johnson did filter it. However, even though they do filter it, they did have some testing, some internal testing, and they found that still some asbestos particles were found in with the talc, but they never disclosed it to the public. And that's why the lawsuits are coming about. And what is talc used for? You know, you get a lot of people that they use it, well, first of all, on babies, right? They use it in their private areas. You know, after they go to the bathroom, you clean them up, you change their diapers, put a little talc on them. You know, you put talc under your arms, right? For helping with the moisture, right? Some ladies use it for feminine, you know, hygiene. They put it in their privates. And when they do that, though, then it gets into your urinary tract. And then people were getting the what was that cancer?
Cervical?
Ovarian. Okay.
Yes.
So here we go. The talcum powder and ovarian cancer. Here's an example of that. See, so it gets in those tracts in there. It sticks into the fibers, you know, into your body parts rather, and it causes the cancer. Okay. So this is how talc is so dangerous. It's not the talc that's dangerous. It's actually asbestos. There's nothing wrong with the talc other than the fact that there's asbestos fibers mixed in with it. And if they get into your body, that's when it becomes a danger. Okay? So I just want to give you guys a little visualization, a little bit of an education behind some of these materials that are so dangerous for us. Okay. So, but I don't want you guys freaking out. Being in the real estate industry, you're going to see stuff. You're going to go into basements that got tons of asbestos and stuff. Don't freak out. Don't go running out of there all hysterical. It doesn't mean you're getting cancer. You know, not unless you see like clouds of smoke down there and you're breathing it in. Relax, relax. Just point it out to the homeowner and then get out of there. Don't spend a whole lot of time. Okay. So anyway, asbestos is a mineral. It was used for floor tiles. When they're compressed floor tiles, they're not as much of a danger though, because compressed floor tiles, they crack and break away, but there's very little dust that's produced. All kinds of asbestos are rated by the amount of fibers or airborne particles that they produce. And I think those compressed floor tiles are one of the least ones to worry about, except when you get the idea that they're breaking and you want to start ripping up the whole floor. Now you're like this, and you may get some dust going, and I wouldn't do that. Now, as far as, you know, removal, you were saying you need to get a licensed company to do it. You know what? Yes, get a licensed company to do it. Okay, I'm not giving you any advice to the contrary, all right? I'm just saying that I have bought houses before where I did work on them, and you see the asbestos pipe insulation. And it was tons of this stuff in the basement. You see this guy, he's all dressed in his Nomex suit with his ventilator and all that, right? What is he doing there? What's he spraying on that?
That's not showing. We're seeing.
Oh.
Yeah, it's not showing you.
Asbestos, you still have that.
All right.
Okay.
What's this guy? He got his Nomex suit on. He's got his respirator. He's spraying something on the asbestos on the pipes. You know what I did? I had a basement that was full of pipes like this. It was an unfinished basement. This guy's spraying liquid on it, okay? Now, I was I did the same thing. What I did is, except I didn't have all this stuff. What I did is, it was an unfinished basement on an investment property. I took a garden hose, and in the basement, I wet down this entire length of everywhere where it was. I made sure it was soaked and drenched, completely drenched. I didn't care. It wasn't a finished basement. The water ran down, right? I made sure this was completely drenched. And then I cut it away with a razor blade, and it fell to the floor like sopping wet newspaper with no dust because I wet it. I made sure it was completely drenched. Because asbestos removal can be very expensive. I'm not telling you guys to do this. I'm not telling you to advise anybody to do this. I'm just saying what I did, all right? Because you're talking about, you need to get a special permit for this, okay? Well, you're kind of sort of right, okay? I did this myself. I completely drenched it. Now, if I were to take this asbestos now and scoop it up and put it in a garbage bag and throw it out at the curb, that would be illegal. However, they would gladly accept it at the city dump if I took it down to the city dump myself. The reason why it'd be illegal for me to put it out with the garbage is because then it dries up in those garbage bags, and now it goes into the garbage trucks. Those garbage bags get ripped open. The garbage truck is driving down the street, spreading asbestos dust all over. The garbage men on the back of the truck are breathing it in. You're basically making a hazardous condition for a lot of people. That's why it's dangerous. But you could bag it up if you do what I did. Once again, I'm not telling you to do this. I'm saying what I did, okay? So I wet it down. I put it in a bag, and I took it to the city dump. I told them it was asbestos in there. They're like, that's fine. We'll take it. They took it, and then they end up burying it anyway. You know what these guys do? They put it in bags. They put it in garbage bags like mine, except they got fancy hazardous material warnings on the labels on the bag, okay? And you know where they dump it? The same place that I dumped it. They take it to a city dump somewhere, or a service that takes it to the city dump, all right? But basically, they're doing the same thing that I did. Okay, it's just that you cannot put it curbside. That's why. All right. So I just want to explain why it's illegal. All right.
Yeah, when I went through and I got licensed for this is
Yes.
going back in the early '80s. So I'm sure a lot of the rules and regulations and everything of that had changed. But this is exactly how.
Yeah.
This is exactly how I would dress up with that whole suit. And then underneath that suit, the only thing we had was our work boots and our underwears. We weren't even allowed to use our regular clothes. Yeah.
Well, what?
And then that spray bottle will have it will be water, but it will be a special solution, like a soapy kind of solution wrapped up.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
They try to get it to coagulate a bit. All right.
Yeah.
So, those are the dangers of asbestos. So now we got a little education on it, we can move. But what is asbestos? It's a mineral. It was used in construction materials. It was banned in 1978. It was often used as pipe insulation, popcorn ceilings. You know what a popcorn ceiling is?
Yeah, it looks like where it's like dripping from the ceiling.
So it looks like popcorn under the paint in the ceiling.
Yep, popcorn ceiling asbestos. See that? That's what that's what a popcorn ceiling look is. Okay.
We don't see anything there.
Oh,
it's not showing.
Okay, sorry. There you go. So here's what popcorn ceilings look like. All right. Now, because you got a ceiling that's a popcorn ceiling, it's not necessarily asbestos, though. Some people just like this look.
No.
And what they do is they mix sand in with the paint, or they get those textured paint brushes, paint rollers and brushes to get this effect, or dabbing, or they could mix in some paste in with the paint that gives it a little thicker look like this. So it's not necessarily, some people even mix newspaper in with the paint that's to get this look. All right. I don't know why. I really don't like it. It's a magnet for dust. But anyway,
yeah, I don't like it.
This lady's kind of nutty because if that's asbestos, that thing ain't helping her out a whole lot right there. Especially in that getup. No eye protection. She got eye protection on there. She's definitely getting asbestos dust all over the place. Definitely not the way to do that. That is crazy. See how it falls all over? When they do asbestos removal, they'll cover the floor in plastic. They'll cover the walls in plastic. They'll close up the rooms. At least they did that here, I think. Unless that's a mirrored door.
We used to triple plastic everything.
Yep. And then you wrap signs outside the house, warning, asbestos remediation in progress, so to warn people from entering in without respirators and the protective gear. All right. So basically that's what a popcorn ceiling looks like. Now, just because you see a popcorn ceiling, it doesn't mean that it's asbestos, but I want to show you what it looks like so that you guys can at least point it out and say, oh, you should get that checked out, because if that's asbestos, somebody's going to get a home inspection. They're going to want that removed, or they're going to want credit so that they could get it removed, So back to the slideshow once again. Asbestos siding. How about that? Let's go back to that thing. Take a look at asbestos siding and see what that looks like. So asbestos siding often has a look like this, on the side of the house. You guys ever see houses like this? Now, once again, what are your options? Your options, you have two options. Once again, encapsulation or removal. Okay, encapsulation, well, what you do is you wrap the house up, you cover it up with another type of insulation, and then you put a vinyl or aluminum siding over it. But the real best thing to do is probably just to remove it. Okay, some people do that to save.
It's most expensive.
To save on the cost of removal and disposal. But this is the basic look of that asbestos siding. Okay. And back to the slideshow. Okay, let's move on to the next thing. Lead. All right, so turn the page in your book too. Lead. Lead is another hazardous material that was used in construction, also banned in 1978. 1978 was a pivotal year where all of a sudden it seems like the government found out that everything will kill you. All right, so lead is it's a heavy metal. Okay, lead is a heavy metal. Any heavy metal, when introduced to the body, can be deadly. Whether it's a solid metal or liquid metal, any kind of heavy metal introduced to the body can be deadly. Lead was a very useful material in construction. They used it in a lot of materials, but lead-based paint is most common that we are aware of. Lead-based paint and other known hazards must be disclosed to the buyer or renter of homes built prior to 1978. And they have to be given the federal lead paint hazard disclosure. Let me see. There's an example of one on page 108. Here, let me see if I have the one that you guys are actually going to be using, because that's not the common one. Notes and materials. Slides. I know I got some of these I know I got some of these contracts here somewhere. Just hang tight for me. Radon, sinkholes. Where did I put it? You know what? I got some contracts on the side. Let me just pull them out. I'm going to pull out one of these contracts. I know I have lead, the actual lead hazard statement that we use in this. Somebody on the beach again? All right. Just trying to find these the links so I can show you what the actual contract looks like. And I have a little difficulty trying to locate the actual contract. Oh, give me 1 second. Let me look at one other hard drive that I have here connected. May have it on that. All right, I'll look this up at another time and add it in. In the meantime, in the book we have one here on page 108. So if you guys are on page 108, you could see a sample of the federal lead paint hazard disclosure on page 108. All right, this isn't the actual one that I use. I'm not sure what MLS they got this from or where they got this from, but it's got all the basic information here on page 108. It gives you a lead hazard statement about why is lead dangerous. And then it has to be filled out by the owner of the property first. So the seller or owner, because you got to use these with leasing property too, they have to disclose the presence of any known lead hazard, lead paint or lead hazards in the home. And then so the owner has to check off the first thing for next to A, that they're aware of lead hazards, and then they have to disclose it on the line, or they check off that they have no knowledge to lead paint or lead hazards. And then records or reports. Does the seller have any records or reports or previous inspections for lead hazards in the home? And then you see the version of the form that I use, that we use from New Jersey, also has the seller sign off agreeing that if any time during the transaction they become aware of lead or lead hazards in the property, that they will make all parties aware of it. Okay, and then at the bottom, the purchaser's acknowledgement. So this is why it needs to be filled out by the owner first, because the very first thing that the purchaser is acknowledging is that they received the information provided by the owner above. How are you going to get the buyer to sign off, the buyer or renter to sign off on something like that when they have not received that information yet? So that's why it needs to be filled out first by them. And then the purchaser has received the pamphlet, Protect Your Family from Lead in the Home, which on page 107, you could see a copy of the pamphlet of Protect Your Family from Lead Hazards in the Home. Okay. That pamphlet's available in English and Spanish, by the way. So, so you got the lead disclosure statement, the pamphlet, and then they also need, which this booklet is blue and red in color. And then they also sign off whether they're received a 10-day opportunity to conduct an inspection for lead hazards, or if they're going to waive that opportunity so that they could close sooner. Okay, and then the buyer and the seller sign it, and their agents sign it as well. Okay, nobody has to do an inspection for lead, but the law requires, this is a federal law, no matter what state you're in, this is the law, that they have to disclose any knowledge for any lead hazards in the home. Okay, so what are the three things that must be given to buyers and renters? Now, here they are. The federal lead paint hazard disclosure, a lead paint booklet, and a 10-day opportunity to conduct an inspection or waive that opportunity. You must know this. When do we need to use the lead hazard disclosure? Hello?
You know that there's a possibility.
10 days.
Any property built prior to 1978.
Yeah.
Any property built prior to 1978. Now, this is not just in low-income housing. You're going to find lead from multi-million-dollar mansions to public housing projects to apartment buildings, schools, public buildings, any property built prior to 1978. Now, lead was not just used in paint. It was also used on pipes. Pipes themselves were made of lead. Pipes made of lead. You ever hear of a lead pipe?
No.
Yeah.
Flashing on the roof, where the chimney and the roof actually meet. Roofers used to use lead all the time. It's easy to cut. You could bend it and make it fit, nice waterproof fit to prevent leaks in those areas between the chimney and the roof. The flashing on roofs, solder for connecting pipes. How do you connect pipes? By solder. Well, in the past, solder was made by lead because lead, you could melt it easy too. So a lot of the solder used to be lead. This is why now you go to the store and you see solder, it'll say lead-free solder, okay? Drying agents, okay, so paint was also used in paint. Well, why was it used in paint? It's a drying agent and pigment for alkali oil-based paints. Now, why is it a danger? Why is it a hazard? What does lead do? Well,
Chips away.
Oh, well, it chips away. The chip is not the hazard, though. Let's see. So let's make up a little slide about this. Lead-based paint or other lead hazards. Okay, so lead is a hazardous material. Okay. Number one, lead is a hazardous material used in various construction. Is a metal. Is a metal. It's a heavy metal. Hazardous if introduced. Hazardous if introduced into the human body. Okay? It's a heavy metal used in various construction materials. It's hazardous if introduced into the human body. Why is that? Well, let's see what lead does. If we're on the bottom, page 106, under lead-based paint and other lead hazards, an elevated level of lead in the body can cause serious damage to the brain, kidneys, and nervous system. So, can cause damage to the brain, kidneys, and nervous system. And red blood cells on anyone. Especially in developing children, okay, at young ages. So, but especially in children under the age of 6 who are still developing. But listen, it's dangerous to anybody, okay? But you ever do something stupid and like a relative said, "What the hell's wrong with you? What were you eating, the lead paint chips when you were growing up, when you were a kid?" You know?
Yeah, I heard that.
the reason why they say that is because lead actually can cause problems with the development of your brain and your nervous system, and it can cause serious developmental issues. So the degree of harm is related to the amount of exposure and the age in which a person is exposed. That's why some people make jokes, inappropriate jokes. You know, what the hell's wrong with you? What, were you eating lead paint chips when you were a kid? All right. my cousins used to do that all the time. I
Yeah,
right.
and then we thrown in that they were dropped on the floor and the head hit first.
Yeah,
Dropped on the floor
like
and your head hit first.
Baby. Yeah. So it can cause damage to the brain, kidneys, and nervous system, and red blood cells on anyone, especially in children under the age of 6 who are still developing, and basically anybody. But the young children and the older people are more susceptible to it. Okay. Let's go all the way down to the bottom page. And we're going to highlight the last paragraph here that says, so under lead-based paint and other lead hazards, it's going to be 1, 2, 3. The fourth paragraph that says the use of lead-based paint was banned in 1978. Okay, you guys got your highlighter out? You're doing this? The use of lead-based paint was banned in 1978. No federal law requires that homeowners test for the presence of lead-based paint. However, under the Lead-Based Paint Hazard Reduction Act, persons selling or leasing residential property housing constructed before 1978 must disclose the presence of any known lead hazards in the home and produce any relevant records or reports that they may have pertaining to it. A lead hazard pamphlet, pictured above, must be distributed to all buyers and tenants, the renters as well. And they need to be supplied with the disclosure statement. Has to be attached to all sales contracts and leases for residential properties built prior to when?
1978.
1978. Okay. So lead-based paint and other lead hazards must be disclosed to buyers and renters in homes built prior to 1978. And residential. Okay. Now, go down in the next paragraph. We're going to continue highlighting. Purchasers must be given 10 days in which to conduct an assessment for an inspection for the lead hazards, lead paint or other lead hazards, and purchasers are not bound by any real estate contract until the 10 days has expired. However, buyers who wish to can shorten the period or give up their inspection rights entirely. Now, I have yet to have anybody who has properly done a lead paint inspection.
Nobody does that.
Now, where do you often see lead? Well, you often see it on walls, but you don't usually see it peeling on walls in this bad a condition as you're seeing in some of these pictures, unless it was, unless that house hasn't had heat and cooling working in it for a long time. Usually, you're not going to see this at this level of chipping and painting. Oh, look at this little child eating the lead chips because kids stick everything in their mouths, right? And look, kids hang on windowsills. And if you see the lead, you see this? You see the paint peeling and chipping away? You know, kids will pick at it and they'll put the little pieces in their mouth. They'll eat that stuff and it's dangerous. All right?
They'll tend to chew on it too.
Yep, they'll chew on it. All right. Now, how can we notice it most? Where do we notice lead most? Not necessarily on the walls, because usually this is not as common as you see unless the house has not had proper heating and cooling to it. Usually you see lead paint chips in door jambs and windowsills.
Yeah.
Now, why is that? Well, that's where the heat and the cooling often you see it affecting it. You got the sunlight, then the darkness, and then the hot, and then the cold. And then it starts chipping and cracking. Okay, if that happens, you know you got lead paint. All right. Just want to see what that was here. Red equals lead. Apparently there's a test for it. Look at that, lead check. I never even seen anybody do that before. So apparently there's some kind of a material there that you could use to, you draw on the lead with it. If it turns red, it's lead. Huh, interesting. The proper way that I've seen anybody ever do it to see if there's lead on the walls, because they could be encapsulated by simply being painted over, is when they actually take a device, an electronic device that has a needle that's pressed through all the layers of paint in the wall. And the electronic device analyzes all the layers of the materials there, and it tells you how much lead and all that. I've had an insurance company do that before when somebody was looking to refinance an apartment complex. The insurance company wanted every unit to be tested. And so that's how they did it. They checked through all the layers of paint, how much lead it was there, was present in that building. So either way, that's just to show you what lead looks like. Okay, so radon is another hazardous material. Radon is a odorless, invisible, tasteless gas that comes from decomposing radioactive uranium rock deep within the earth. Radioactive rock, uranium, you're going to have it repeating twice. Radioactive rock, uranium deep within the earth. Radon gas causes cancer, and any level of radon is considered dangerous. However, testing is recommended when there's a basement or crawl space, but it's not required. If you got a concrete slab, not really required there either. How do you know when you got what is considered high levels or dangerous levels of radon? Anything over 4 PCI. You see how this says 4 PCI/L? But 4 PCI, anything 4 PCI, 4 picocuries. PCI, this abbreviation here, 4 PCI/L, that's how it's written, is called that's an abbreviation for a picocurie, which is a minuscule measurement of gas. So 4 picocuries or more are considered dangerous levels where remediation is indicated or required, okay? Or should be done, where remediation should be done. Now, agents must keep confidential any knowledge or reports about radon unless the owner gives them permission in writing to disclose it. Okay? Now, that is, of course, we have an obligation to treat everybody fairly and honestly and investigate and disclose all material information. How come we can't do that for radon? Well, they want to make sure that people are educated. They don't want to create any public panic or scare, okay? Because once a buyer submits an offer in writing, then the agent must disclose any information or reports pertaining to radon gas, but only after they submit an offer in writing. All right. Here, let's see, what do we got here on this page? Apparently I got a resource here, another resource, another link.
At that point where the radon is disclosed after the offer is in, can the buyer withdraw their offer?
Sure it can. They could withdraw the offer, or they could require the seller to fix it. They could ask the seller to fix it. Okay, there's nothing really here on this page for us. Okay, or they could require the seller to fix it. Now on the next page, we got that radon map. njradon.org.
108?
Yep. On page
No,
109, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Okay, this is a map of the state of New Jersey, the DEP, that's the New Jersey Department of Environmental Protection, anytime that there's a radon test results that are submitted to laboratories, they're required to report them back to the DEP. And so they rate different areas based on the potential of having radon. Doesn't mean that you live in one of these areas, you're gonna have any radon in your house, okay? But look, tier 1 areas are the areas more likely to have a higher potential for having radon. Tier 2, tier 3 areas. Now, if you're doing construction, I found this out from a construction friend in construction. Anytime you live in a tier 1 area for radon, and you have new construction, for every 1,500 square feet of new construction, you're required to have a radon remediation system installed. Okay? So radon comes from decomposing radioactive rock deep within the earth. What are considered dangerous levels of radon?
4 picocuries.
4 PCI or 4 picocuries. On exams, they may simply refer to it as 4 PCI, like this.
Is that PCI per liter?
4 PCI, picocuries per liter, yeah.
Okay.
That's why they got the elder. Okay, or more are considered dangerous levels where remediation should be done. Okay. You need to know this amount, 4 PCI. You need to know that radon is an invisible, odorless, tasteless gas. This will be on exams.
And the stuff we discussed from lead and asbestos, that's also on exams, right?
Not so much about asbestos unless they give you some kind of scenario-based question. It's just if they ask you a hazardous material used in construction, which is a mineral that causes cancer. Asbestos is the mineral, right? Lead is a metal that could cause damage to the nervous system and such. Radon is a invisible, odorless, tasteless gas that comes from decomposing radioactive rock deep within the earth that causes cancer. Dangerous levels of radon are called, what are considered dangerous levels of radon? Anything above 4 picocuries or more, right?
4 picocuries.
Hold on. Okay, so on this website that I just added here on the slideshow, at the bottom of the slideshow, njradon.org, that you see on the map.
Yeah.
It is also here. Okay, you guys see the website now with the map? I got it in color here now. All right, so this is the latest one on njradon.org. So the red areas are tier 1 levels. They're considered the areas more with the highest potential. It doesn't mean that if you're living in these areas, you're going to have any radon gas, okay? But if you have a base mark crawl space, you should always test no matter where in the state. Okay, the entire eastern seaboard of the United States is rich in this stuff. Doesn't mean that they don't have it on the West Coast either. Anybody got in their kitchen or on their in their kitchen or in their bathrooms granite countertops?
Yes,
No,
kitchen and
thank God.
Where does it come from?
It's from igneous rocks.
Well, it comes from a mine, right?
Oh, okay.
Or it comes from a quarry. They quarry that stuff out, right? So radon in countertops. Did you get your countertops from a discount place?
I got them, came with the house.
See, some places they have this. Hold on. Let's see if we can turn up the volume. I'm not sure what this is about. This looks like a news report. Let's read about it a little bit.
A colorless, odorless gas could be coming out of your granite countertops.
It's called radon, which is the second leading cause of lung cancer after smoking. Vince Vitrano shows us how radon could be in your kitchen and whether it's dangerous.
Hold on, let me put it on YouTube so we can get a bigger video here.
The amazing doctors at New York Presbyterian, Columbia, and Wow.
And mute the commercial there. Let's go back.
All granite naturally contains some radon because it's stone mined from the earth, but how much depends. In a few cases, radon specialists suggest a countertop could emit enough of the gas to equal smoking half a pack of cigarettes a day.
This particular test was on a granite countertop in De Pere, Wisconsin.
Ron Norrie is a radon expert and owns Bayside Inspections. He says it's not often he gets a call about radon in countertops, but when he does, he tests for it.
My high level is 1.8. My low level is 0.0.
That granite countertop was safe. Local granite retailers, like Ryan Strand, say how much radon a stone emits depends on where in the world it was quarried from and what part of the quarry it is mined from.
There may be a pocket in that quarry where it may have a little bit higher uranium.
Granite from Brazil or India, some of the main granite exporters, tends to have higher levels according to Lieber. Also, granite with a purplish or magenta coloration. Local expert Ron Norrie says based on his experience, granite is safe.
Would I be afraid of granite in my personal home? Absolutely not.
The radon levels in your basement should be higher than any other levels emitted in your kitchen, but radon experts and granite sales reps say that if you have doubts, you should get your countertops tested. Vince Petrano, today's TMJ4.
Thank you, Benny.
Oh. All right, so there's a little info about radon in the countertops. Who would have thunk it, huh? Well, you know what? If you have a kitchen, anytime that you, if you have radon countertops in your kitchen or in your bathroom, well, in your kitchen, every time you open and close the front door, if you have the fan on, if you have in your bathroom, you have a fan in your bathroom, or if you open up the window in your bathroom when you're taking a shower, which you should anyway to try to prevent mold growth, right? To try to make sure the moisture doesn't build up, have that fan on or window open. You're also airing out the area so that enough of the gas is not going to build up to become dangerous, okay? Now, they mentioned that radon in your basement is more dangerous. Those levels are higher in your basement. And what do you usually do in a basement when you're going to finish it out? A lot of people turn it into man caves or playrooms for the kids, right? All right, so it's probably not an area where you should spend a lot of time unless you've tested to make sure that you don't have radon in the basement. If you do, there is something that you could do about it, okay? So let me just add some links here to these radon links. I just want to add them to our notes page really quick, okay? Apparently, I'm going to turn this PowerPoint slideshow with all the links. I'm probably going to turn it into a Word document because these links are getting all over the place. A lot of them. And they go off the slideshow. So, radon. Okay, here it is. Copy and paste this stuff. So I'm just giving you guys a couple of resources here. But I know that if you are in one of these tier 1 areas of the state and you're getting any new construction done, you're required to have at least one radon vent pipe that vents from the basement out the roof of the house. Okay? So in the slideshow, let's see if we go over this in the slideshow, because I know I made some additional slides here pertaining to radon and its risk. You know, they refer to it in comparison to smoking. Okay, so if the radon levels are, here's the 4 picocuries, okay? 4 picocurie, let's see, is equal to, let's see, odds of smokers, of non-smokers developing lung cancer due to radon if exposed to this level over their lifetime. That's over a lifetime. Is 1 in 1,350 people. And if you're a smoker, it's 1 in 260 people are more likely to get cancer from radon. Okay, that's at 4 picocuries. And if your levels are even higher, okay, yikes. All right, so let's see. Radon risk for cancer, okay, 1 out of 15 people if your homes have high radon levels. You could get a free radon test kit from New Jersey by calling this number, by the way. Or you could go to, here's a 1-800-SOS Radon, National Radon Hotline. New Jersey has this is the New Jersey number that's on this poster. I don't know if that's all over the state or just in this one county where I got this poster from. But you could go to Home Depot or Lowe's and get a radon test kit. And that radon test kit, it's cheap. It costs more to get it by sending it out to the lab to get it actually tested, but you could get the test done for about between the test kit and the laboratory testing for between $50 and $75. Okay, but here is a resource for getting a free radon test kit. Cal, call. Okay, make sure that you guys, when you're recommend to your buyers, that anytime they're buying a property that has a basement or a crawl space, they should both be tested for radon, okay? Let them know that radon is invisible, odorless, tasteless gas that causes cancer. And if there's radon in there, you wanna make sure that the seller removes that dangerous condition by installing a radon remediation system. Why should you bear that expense, right? And if the radon levels are very high, you may wanna think twice about moving there. But either way, sometimes even high-level radon homes, it can be remediated, okay? So there's 2 ways to remediate most hazardous substances, removal or encapsulation. Okay, let's back up to the radon thing. I got a couple resources, more links. I want to go and open one of them up for showing you how they cure the radon. So let me search for radon amongst my links. I could have sworn I had a video somewhere here, so I just want to show you a video if I have it available. I know I got a bunch of links over here for it, but okay, let's just basically show you how radon systems work. Testing for radon and such, okay. I want to get a better cutaway than this. Because radon can enter the house through the pipes, through the water. If you have a sump pump, if you don't have a cover on the sump pump cover, you just throw a piece of wood over it, radon gas can come in easily through there. If you got a French drain alongside of your walls, the gas can come in through there. These are what some radon systems look like when they vent out the side of the house and they go up above the roof level. At least they should vent out above the roof level. See them coming out of the house and coming up like that. In newer construction, though, it shouldn't come through the outside side of the house. They often vent straight up out through the roof. But these are some of these radon boxes. These are kind of like check valves that also have little fans in them that create a little bit of negative pressure that would suck the gas out. And some of these even have active radon measurement systems, digital measurement systems that could give you readings in the house. See, so they basically drill a hole through the concrete floor in the basement, and it's just a plastic pipe, like a PVC pipe that they stick in, and then they put some sealant around it, and then the gas will vent straight out through the house. You know, gas seeks the path of least resistance upwards, and especially if you put a fan in there, it creates a little bit of negative pressure. It'll suck that gas right out of the house instead of collecting in the house. You know, and then if you got an HVAC system in the house, you know, it wouldn't just stay in the basement. That cooling and heating system would blow it throughout all the rooms and spread it throughout the house. So it wouldn't just stay in the basement. Okay. You know, the different ways that radon can come. It could actually come through the concrete in the floor of the basement. Sorry about this. It could actually penetrate through the concrete floor in the basement. It could come in through the pipes. It could come in through the water. There's a lot of ways that radon can enter the home. All right, I'll save it for another time to get those videos. I don't want to put the video in there right now, but either way, here you guys can see what they do is they take a PVC pipe, okay, they cut through the basement floor, they seal that opening, that gap between the pipe and the floor. The gas comes in through here. They got a little pocket underneath so that the air can collect, and then it comes in through here and gets sucked outside. Doesn't collect.
Is that a fan on the exterior, that round portion where it gets sucked outside? Is that a fan that sucks it out?
Yeah, it creates a little. It's very slow moving, doesn't make much noise, but it kicks on and off from time to time. Yes, it is a fan.
Okay.
It creates a little bit of negative pressure. It's also a check valve there too. It's a fan check valve. It sucks the air out and doesn't allow it to come back in. Okay.
Okay.
I don't want to waste a lot of time right now looking for the videos.
So good.
So, but you guys get the basic gist of it, right?
Yes, sir.
Yep.
All right, to install these these systems, it could cost anywhere from $800 to $2,500. All right, just to give you an idea of the cost involved for that, for the remediation system. But it is important to do if you got a basement or a crawl space. So, urea formaldehyde, UFFI. So spray foam insulation. A lot of people say it's the greatest thing since sliced bread. But if that spray foam insulation contains the urea formaldehyde, well, those gases, when it dries, those gases leak out of the insulation as it dries, and they get trapped in the building, and they release over time. This spray foam insulation, they have tested it and see that it does cause cancer in animals. However, because you can't, so there was a ban on it.
Excuse me, sir. Excuse me. Where I have to highlight for the radon? On the page 107?
Page 107 on radon, yes, thank you.
Okay.
So page 107.
All paragraph?
Hold on a second, let me mute this, there's too much noise. Okay, so under radon, on page 107, in the second paragraph, we're going to highlight the first sentence. Remediation is indicated if radon levels measure 4 picocuries or more, 4 PCI or more.
Mm-hmm.
And then with your pen, put a box around the last paragraph under radon that says, the New Jersey Real Estate Commission advises sellers and agents that they have a duty to keep confidential any information about radon test results or mitigation work until the contract of sale is entered into, unless the seller has authorized the agent in writing to discuss the matters with potential buyers. And then right page 128, there's where we would put it in writing on the seller property condition disclosure report at the time we get a listing. Okay. So the next thing, urea formaldehyde spray foam insulation. It's known to cause cancer in animals, but its effect on humans is inconclusive. So therefore, it's known to cause cancer in animals. Let's put that there. So
what's the line on this one? Urea formaldehyde?
The bottom of the page 107. So urea formaldehyde foam insulation. It's right after radon. Okay, there's nothing to highlight there, but it says that, you know, in 1982, the Consumer Product Safety Commission banned its use in construction. So it's spray foam insulation. Okay, 1982, the Consumer Product Safety Commission banned its use. The ban was reduced to a warning in so it's trapped in the interior of the building. Consumer Safety Commission. The ban was reduced to a warning after courts determined that there was insufficient evidence to support a ban because you can't test it on humans. It was later reduced to a warning because they were unable to test on humans. All right. It is known to cause cancer in animals, but its effect on humans is inconclusive. I'll just leave it at that. And it's known to cause cancer in animals, but its effects on humans is inconclusive because they're unable to test on them. And only a warning label is added to the packaging. So therefore, you know, people who are buying homes with spray foam insulation, if it contains UFFI, they won't know about it anyway. It's not like you put a label on your house. So even though spray foam insulation, let's see.
That could basically be with properties before 1982 that we will be concerned about that,
nope,
right?
they're still using it today. Still using
it. Yeah. Because I noticed a lot of commercials or I've seen videos where they foam it.
Well, you know what? It is an excellent insulator, but if it contains urea formaldehyde, that's a little different. That's a little bit of a different deal there. Let me see.
Yep.
So let's see. Let's try. Look at they do it today still. I'm going to try to find a little video. It just shows you how they spray it and it fills it in. Oh, they got a pretty purple one here. Let's see. It is an excellent insulator, though, because it gets in all the nooks and crannies. Insulation with a spray insulation.
Yeah. That along with stucco was your house would be really, really insulated.
Yeah, maybe this one does it.
This profile gauge can be used to measure the shape of irregular.
Yeah, that's neat. But this is not a commercial.
Hey, I'm Sam.
Good for you.
My goal is to show you that it is completely possible to create staff offered, as well as many of on your own. It also includes.
So you got to do it yourself.
Turned on a fan for extra ventilation, and was then ready to kick butt, take names, and probably break every fashion rule in the.
By the way, these newer forms of spray foam insulation, they expand still because it's a mixing of chemicals. Now, if the chemicals, even today, even though they say that they're safe, if the chemicals are mixed improperly, their ratios, it can be extremely dangerous. Okay, so you could have a company that mixes it right on 10,000 spray jobs, but you get the one spray job where the mix is off. they destroyed your house. Because this stuff is, I don't know if you guys ever seen like those spray foam insulation, those little red cans with the yellow caps that they sell at Home Depot, you know?
Yeah.
You ever see that stuff? It expands more than you think it does. It sticks on everything. You don't get it on your fingers. Let it dry first, and then you got to cut it away. You try cutting that stuff away. That stuff's a nightmare to deal with.
Yep.
Out of one wall.
Look,
Studs, and then
it doesn't take
slowly
much.
got used to spraying it back and forth between the studs until I was happy with the coverage. It doesn't have to go on super thick because it will be expanding on its own, and I had to add a second coat later on, which was totally fine.
I don't know, that expanded
So while
pretty
I
good.
sprayed, there were a couple of things that I learned. The first thing is that spray insulation is only appropriate for the walls of this build. The ceiling will have to be insulated using foam board at a later time. Also, if I were ever to do this project again,
So you're
I would
dripping it all
definitely not be
over?
in August, because although this getup looks amazing on me, it was super, super hot, and I did have to take a lot of breaks. And although the particle filtration did a great job, I think a respirator might have helped me breathe a little easier in these close quarters in the heat. After completing the first round of spraying on the walls, I took a quick coffee break and then came back and added a second layer. I did have to be careful to not overspray because I will be closing up the walls, and I didn't want to have to cut the foam away from the outside of the studs.
Because that's a
Overall,
nightmare.
the spray foam
All right, but there's a little example of a do-it-yourself spray foam insulation job. Didn't know that they sold those do-it-yourself packets like that. Yeah, what she was talking about is like this. So, you know, if you spray it, you want to make sure that it doesn't expand past the studs, because if you want to close up them walls, you're going to have to cut that foam back, and that stuff gets hard. All right. So let me just put another little note here, adding spray foam insulation video. I know I got one for that too. Trying to create these slideshows and update them still. Obviously, as you guys see, as I teach these classes and research for materials to add to them later on too. Videos shall be coming in the future. But anyway, UFFI, urea foam insulation, there's no ban for it. The only hazardous material in construction that requires an inspection, what would that be? It doesn't even require inspection. It only requires disclosure.
Lead paint.
Lead hazards. So lead and lead hazards, right? So if you got a home that was built prior to 1978, could you possibly have pipes in the home that are made out of lead, that when they're bringing the water to your house, they're introducing lead?
That's a possibility.
So if you have a house that's built prior to 1978, you probably should test your water, because you don't know if you have any lead solder or lead pipes. Lead pipes would be a bad scenario, but lead solder, not as much, you know, but still not good. So you should test your water for to find out how bad it is, if it is bad at all or not. And if it is, you know, you get a system. You get those water filtration systems. What is it? Zero water is great because it filters all that stuff out. They call it zero water for a reason. You know, it measures out. They even give you a test kit that goes with it, electronic device. I got the water filter in my office that is a zero water filter, and we just changed the 5-stage filters in there that filter out all those heavy metals. Because I know the water in our building is horrible, but you run it through there and it comes back better than the bottled water, you know. But the filters are a little pricey. All right, molds is another hazardous material. Okay.
Are you writing notes? Because we're still on that website with the foam insulation spray.
Okay. Sorry.
That's all right.
Now we're just back here. All right, so now we're moving to the next thing, just mold. Mold is also a hazardous to your health. Mold can be extremely toxic and dangerous. We commonly see those black molds, but you could see some white and gray molds as well. But the black molds are more common. You see them when we get water intrusion into the house. They can cause respiratory issues, allergies, and asthma on people who have never had them before. And children are susceptible to this as well. It could also, once it starts growing, it could cause rot and damage to the framing of the house. So what are the three elements required for mold to take hold and multiply is what we need to know for exams. Hint, hint. It requires a food source of organic materials like wood, cloth, etc. Moderate temperature conditions. Mold thrives in the same temperatures that we enjoy. It won't grow in the direct sunlight, and it won't grow in the freezing cold. And most importantly, moisture. This is the only factor that we have control over. We can prevent the moisture from entering the home. If we do that, then we can prevent the growth of mold. Okay? So, I mean, in your shower, in your bathroom, I mean, that's a breeding ground for mold. The best you could do is put on the fan and open the windows when you take a shower to try to reduce the amount of moisture in there so that it airs out and dries up quickly, right? So there's not much you could do there, and maybe periodically clean your shower, perhaps, you know, and you may want to wipe down that ceiling once in a while because otherwise you'll see it'll start growing. That's why in bathrooms, you should not paint them with regular paint. They have special mold prohibitive paints that prohibit the growth of mold, or they slow down it anyway, because they add certain additives into the paint that you can use in bathrooms and basements, areas that are more likely to have moisture, so that you can reduce the likelihood of the mold growing. So what are the three elements required for mold to take hold and grow?
Food source.
Food source, moderate temperature.
Moderate temperature condition and moisture.
All right, you need to know that. Hint, hint. All right, so now the way for moisture, it could come from humidity, water intrusion from the basement, water penetration from the basement, or especially in flood zones with high water table areas. Clogged gutters. If the gutter is clogged, the water comes behind and leaks behind the siding into the house. You don't see it.
Yeah.
But until you see mold growing through your sheetrock. Okay? So clogged gutters, it's important to have something like a gutter helmet or some kind of they sell all these systems now that would prevent the leaves, so you don't have to clean out your gutters with a ladder, get up there on a ladder and manually clean out your gutters all the time, especially if you're by trees. You know, you can put one of those protective systems on there that actually prevent the gutters from filling up with leaves and such. And then you don't got to worry about falling off a ladder in those dangerous conditions of cleaning them out or paying somebody else to do it. Because that will cause, eventually, it will cause mold growing inside your house. If they get clogged and you don't address the issue. It rots out the eaves. It could cause a lot of damage, costly damage to the house too. Okay, broken or leaky pipes, or the basement floods with the sewer backup. These are all things that could cause, add to the moisture and cause mold. Carbon monoxide. Okay, so in the book under mold, page 110, second paragraph, put a highlighted box around the entire second paragraph under mold that says mold requires 3 elements in order to beginning to grow and multiply, and then it shows all the food source, moderate temperatures, and moisture. Carbon monoxide, CO, I already explained to you guys, that is another invisible, odorless, tasteless gas. That'll kill you, okay? It's a byproduct. Whoa. It's a byproduct of carbon-based fuels that are not fully burnt. It's a silent killer. It kills hundreds of people every year. And it doesn't need to. If you have a working carbon monoxide detector in your house, the alarm would wake you up. Because look, even if you're awake and if you're starting to get high levels of carbon monoxide in the house, you get tired, you get sleepy, and you want to take a nap, and you never wake up. That's why they call it the silent killer. Okay, because it is invisible, it is odorless, and it is tasteless gas that will kill you. Carbon monoxide, CO, or carbon monoxide. All right. So state law requires buildings with 3 or more units to have at least one working CO detector installed. Your local municipality may require more. Many require one on each level, including the basement and the attic. Okay. And if they're beeping, that's a hint that your battery's running low. That's not just there to annoy you to take the battery out to stop the beeping. That's not the cure to the problem. That's the warning. The battery is still working if it's beeping. It's still detecting carbon monoxide, but it's telling you the battery's running low. You could buy these. If you buy more expensive ones and you don't want to deal with it, you could get them with 15-year batteries. All right. You could get one that's for smoke, fire, carbon monoxide, and it's got a 15-year battery that you won't have to change for a long time, and you could get that for 50 to 75 bucks. Okay. So one of these are required on each level of the home. Smoke or fire detectors should be placed within 10 feet of any sleeping quarters. Okay. Many municipalities require a detector on each level. Some require hardwired detectors with battery backups. Okay. I've had instances where people had, they got the home alarm systems that are monitored systems, and they added on, the smoke and carbon monoxide detectors. Well, the local fire department wouldn't give you the permit in selling the house, the CO, the fire inspection certificate to sell the house, unless you had a battery backup on it, because they don't know if the next owner is going to continue that service. And what if there's a power outage? Unless there's a battery backup on that, you're not going to get notified if there's a fire or carbon buildup or anything, right? If you have a gas dryer, gas stove or oven in the house, fireplace, a furnace that burns anything, any kind of fuel, a byproduct is carbon monoxide. And we have had instances where, for instance, in New Jersey, we have instances where people die from this every year. A couple of years ago in Linden, we had an instance of this, where the town that I live in. Let's see. This became a national news story, actually. I'm not sure if this is the one from Linden or not. But there's plenty of instances, if you do a Google search of this, where you could find people dying of carbon monoxide poisoning.
Thank you so much. We'll be checking in.
There's one in Perth Amboy.
And a New Jersey teen is dead and several others injured by carbon monoxide poisoning. Now, police say a 13-year-old girl was found unconscious inside a 3-story home in Perth Amboy yesterday around 4 p.m. She was rushed to the hospital but did not survive. At least 35 people were treated for carbon monoxide poisoning, including 7 police officers. 3 of the teenagers' relatives are in critical condition. That building has been evacuated, but the cause, though, well, that's still under investigation.
All right, 7:09 right now.
Well, that's no help. All right. I'm trying to find this one story that actually happened in my town, which is, these are usually preventable because, there's different things that could happen. You have work done on the furnace. It's not, there's a little bit of a leak, an exhaust leak. It could cause it could cause issues. Let me see. Here's our mayor. This may be the one for Linden. So I see my mayor up over here. So let me take a look. You guys seen the videos here?
Yeah, we see it.
Yes.
Obviously, this is a very sad day here in our city. We have never lost a life, especially the life of a young person. This case seems to be a 9-year-old young man was deceased. It was pronounced dead on arrival.
I don't know. No volume.
It's quiet.
He was in very critical condition. So our hopes, of course, our prayers are with his family right now. One thing I will say, it appears to be a carbon monoxide cause of the illness and of the death. I will say this, that if I can say anything to our people attending, it's very important that we check our smoke and our carbon monoxide detectors regularly.
We received a call about unresponsive person, difficulty breathing in this house here. When our officers arrived, they spoke to a woman who said she found her 9-year-old son and her 10-year-old daughter unresponsive in a bedroom. The ambulance was called and our paramedics, and the 9-year-old boy was taken to Trinitas Hospital in Elizabeth, and the 10-year-old girl was taken to North Beth Israel Hospital in Newark. The 9-year-old boy, his name has since been pronounced deceased, and the girl is in extremely critical condition. The Lynn Fire Department responded here to the scene, and I'm told they detected extremely high levels of carbon monoxide in the bedroom where the children were.
Okay, so there's a sad story there. Basically, what happened was I was trying to find the actual news story. I think if I look up the one from 1015, it's a sad story. What happened was they did some work. It was a rental property. The mother was there with her 2 children. She tried, she called for her children to wake them up for school. They weren't getting up, so she went to the bedrooms, shaking them. They were unresponsive. She called 911. They came there. The son, he was a 9-year-old. He was pronounced dead at the hospital. The daughter, she was younger. They took her to a different hospital, and she was actually in a coma. So she was in a medically induced coma, I believe they put her in. But I don't know what the end result was with her, if she ended up living or what happened. However, it was preventable because it later came out that the landlord had a company come in. They were tuning up the furnace for getting ready for winter, and when they hooked back up the exhaust pipe, they must have dislodged the exhaust pipe from the furnace to the chimney, and so some of the gas was blowing into the house. Now, this would have been easily and quickly detected by the carbon monoxide detector. However, the battery was starting to go dead on it. It was beeping, and the mother admitted she removed the battery from the detector. So at first, they were trying to say that landlord should be thrown in jail for removing the detector or not having detectors. Doesn't the law require them? And that's what the media was screaming about. And then later on, they found out, well, there were detectors there. So now the people who were yelling at the landlord and chastising the landlord, now it was, well, the landlord had them there, but the mother removed the battery. So now what's up? So now people started yelling, well, then the mother should be held liable for the death of her own child because she caused it. And then other people were like, yeah, but she suffered enough because, she has the loss of her child. And now it becomes an issue like that back and forth. Do you go after her for removing the battery from the legally required carbon monoxide detector of this preventable death, or what? And it becomes more of a social issue than anything. But really, it's unfortunate because these are preventative deaths. Okay, you guys all see the slideshow in front of you again, or no?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, it's on carbon monoxide.
Yep. All right. So there we go. Invisible, odorless, tasteless gas that will kill you. It's a byproduct of unfully burnt carbon fuels. Okay. So nothing to highlight with that. in the book, they talk about the next things they talk about are electromagnetic fields. They come from high tension power lines, those giant towers, like you see along Route 1. And, we're not talking about on top of telephone poles. We're talking about those high tension power lines.
Right.
Let's see let's look up some high tension power lines, show you a picture of that real quick. Okay, these are examples of high tension power lines. You see the photos of them here on screen? Okay, these big towers like this, the ones you see running along Route 1, sometimes they run through people's backyards even, but they shouldn't be that close to houses. New laws require that they be so far, okay? But either way, these are high tension power lines, okay? So back to the slideshow. Groundwater contamination, okay? These are another dangerous condition. So because of groundwater contamination, New Jersey has something called the New Jersey Private Well Testing Act, which we're going to be getting into in the next slideshow. And then underground storage tanks as well. We're going to be getting into that in the coming slides as well. So groundwater contamination. New Jersey Private Well Testing Act. What is the New Jersey Private Well Testing Act? It states that sales or leases of all property, residential and commercial, where the primary source of potable water, that's drinking water, is coming from an on-site private well, or in some cases an off-site well, it requires the water be tested, requires the well water be tested. Now, it should be tested by the owner. That's the owner's obligation, whether they're selling or leasing the property. Both parties must sign off that they received a copy of the test results. Otherwise, the contract is not legally binding. So if you got an owner, a landlord, or a seller, and they don't want to share those test results with you, or they don't want to do the tests, well, they're in violation of state law, okay? And if you want to get out of a lease, if the primary source of drinking water is coming from a well, then that contract, that lease is not legally binding, so you could get out of that contract, all right? Now, USTs, underground storage tanks. USTs, that is standing for underground storage tanks. USTs. Okay, so when no longer used, they must be decommissioned. Okay, so what does decommissioning entail? Well, they have to be emptied and filled. They have to be emptied and filled with an approved aggregate. So underground storage tanks, when no longer used, must be decommissioned, emptied and filled with an approved aggregate, or removed from the ground and the soil tested by a certified EPA-approved company to ensure no contaminants have leaked out. Okay, especially if you have an underground stream in the area, because we get underground streams, water that flows through the dirt, and if that happens, it could carry that contamination into the neighbors' properties or into drinking water sources, and then it could cause a lot more damage. Stored in underground storage tanks are also, let's see, other materials stored in underground storage tanks would be things like oil, propane, gas, sewage. That's the septic tanks, etc. Gas, diesel, depending if it's a gas station, you got gas, diesel fuel, diesel fuel, diesel fuel, dry cleaner chemicals. There are thousands of items that are stored, chemicals that are stored in underground storage tanks. The thing that comes into play is anytime there is a, you have an underground storage tank, and for residential property, we should find out if there is one. So how do you do that? We do that usually with a tank sweep, okay? And then for commercial properties, anytime you transfer ownership, there are required, there's another law we're going to get into that requires that they test the soil. Whether you transfer ownership, do a refinancing, or change the use of the property, or stop using it for a period of time, that you have to get it tested. Sure, it drives up costs for business owners and property owners of commercial property, but that's the law. That's why often you see gas stations, they're ripping up the tanks like out of the ground, and they're replacing them with newer ones. You've seen that constantly. You may see one tank. Didn't they just rip up the ground and replace those tanks? We're doing it again. Well, they may have changed owners. They may have done refinancing, or the laws may have changed requiring a new type of a tank. And if that's the case, they're always digging them up and replacing them and testing the ground. And, you know, it can be expensive, some of these regulations, these environmental regulations on businesses. All right. So I'll make some notes about that to add some pictures and videos. Okay. CERCLA, for short, stands for the Comprehensive Environmental Response Compensation and Liability Act. Let's back it up for a few. There's a note that I needed you to do. Under groundwater contamination, the last paragraph, I needed you to put a highlighted box around it. Under groundwater contamination. And I want you to either highlight or underline.
Highlight the
New Jersey private
last
well.
paragraph.
Yeah, put a highlighted
Okay.
put a highlighted box around it, and underline or highlight the New Jersey Private Well Testing Act, because that's the law that requires that anytime you have a property where the primary source of potable water, the drinking water, is coming from a private well, the well water needs to be tested, and a copy of those test results need to be signed off by both the seller, buyer, tenant, landlord. Otherwise, the contract will not be legally binding. Now, under CERCLA, I want you to, let's see, go down, how many lines? Under CERCLA, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. On the 7th line, I want you to highlight the Comprehensive Environmental Response Compensation Liability Act, CERCLA, established a fund of $9 billion called the Superfund to clean up uncontrolled hazardous waste sites and to respond to spills. So it created a process for identifying potentially responsible parties, they call PRPs for short, and ordering them to take responsibility for the cleanup actions. CERCLA is administered and enforced by the EPA, but often the EPA works with local state agencies and passes some of their authorities onto them, some of their enforcement activities.
So is page on 110 or 111?
We're on page 111.
111. Left side?
Under CERCLA. The Comprehensive Environmental Response Compensation Liability Act, CERCLA?
Yeah, I got it. Thank you.
You're welcome. And then further down, you see where it says it in bold in the paragraph. I just wanted you to highlight that sentence. Liability under CERCLA. Under liability for CERCLA, we're going to highlight a landowner is liable. Under CERCLA, when the release or threat of release of a hazardous substance has occurred on their property, regardless of whether the contamination is the result of the landowner's actions or that of others, the owner can be held responsible for the cleanup. So who is responsible for their property?
The owner.
Right, the owner. So it doesn't even matter if somebody else dumped something on your property. It's your property still. You're responsible for your property. You could always try to chase after whoever did it to recover costs for the cleanup, but ultimately it's your property. You're still responsible for it, right? So, so CERCLA was created in 1980 to clean up uncontrolled hazardous waste sites and respond to spills. It's administered by the EPA, or at least that's the Superfund. Okay. Liability under the CERCLA, holds the landowner liable for the immediate cleanup, but others can be held responsible for the cleanup cost later as well. When you could find them, right? And then ISRA, the Industrial Site Recovery Act, and the Wetlands Protection Act covers industrial and commercial properties. Anytime the ownership transfers, the grounds have to be tested. But let's finish up with the liability under CERCLA first. We're going to actually read through this, okay? So let's read this whole section, because I need you guys to understand this, because I know they give you some kind of questions about it on exam. Other than that the landowner is liable. I know that that's one question. But this liability includes the cleanup not only of the landowner's property, but also of neighboring properties that have been contaminated. A landowner who is not responsible for contamination can seek recovery and reimbursement for the cleanup costs from the previous landowners, any other responsible party, or the Superfund. However, if other parties are not available, even the landowner who did not cause the problem could still be solely responsible for the cost. So once the EPA determines that a hazardous material has been released into the environment, it's authorized to begin remedial action. First, it attempts to identify those persons responsible. And if they agree to cooperate with the cleanup, they have to agree about how to divide the costs. And if the persons responsible do not undertake the cleanup voluntarily, the EPA may hire its own contractors to do the necessary work. Now, the EPA would then bill the persons responsible, and if they refuse to pay, the EPA can seek damages in court for up to 3 times the actual cost of the cleanup. So liability under Superfund is considered to be strict, joint, several, and retroactive. This is legal terminology now. So what does strict, joint, several, and retroactive mean? Well, the rest of the paragraph explains. It says, strict liability means that the owner is responsible to the injured party without excuse. You can't say, well, I didn't do it. Doesn't matter. It's your land. If your land had contamination, now it leaks into somebody else's, you are responsible. Joint and several liability means that each of the individual owners is personally responsible for the total damages. So therefore, if only one of the owners is financially capable of handling the damages, the owner must pay the total cost and collect the proportionate shares from the other owners whenever, if ever, possible. And retroactive liability means that the liability is not limited to the current owner, but it includes people who have owned the site in the past as well that may have contributed to that contamination. Okay? So, the next page. Under ISRA, the Industrial Site Recovery Act. The New Jersey Industrial Site Recovery Act, ISRA, ISRA is the abbreviation, provides for mandatory cleanup of industrial and some commercial sites when they're closed, sold, or otherwise change ownership. And recognizing the necessity for preserving the ecological balance in these areas between the sea and the land, one of the most vital and productive areas in the natural world, highlight New Jersey legislation enacted the Wetlands Act of 1970. And under this act, the Department of Environmental Protection, the DEP. That's a state agency. That is not the EPA, which is a federal agency. So the New Jersey DEP regulates these activities in these designated wetland areas. Okay? So they are in charge of regulating these areas anytime there is construction done, anytime there's discharge of water or wastes or anything like that into the environment. They are in charge of any of those functions of the site. Okay? So I want you to write now in the margin next to what you just highlighted, page 252. Just giving you a little bit of a cross page 252.
Go to page 252.
And then go to page 252. We're going to highlight something there really quick.
Okay, so because I stepped away for a moment, all I heard was to page 252.
All right. So where you highlighted on page 112 under Industrial Site Recovery Act, you highlighted that
Yes,
the
sir.
New Jersey legislature enacted the Wetlands Act of 1970. And under this act, the Department of Environmental Protection is
Yes.
responsible for regulating those areas. Write page 252
Yes,
in
sir.
the margin next to that. And then go to page,
Okay,
and then go
gotcha.
to page 252.
All right, thank you.
Sure. And now on page 252, under New Jersey land sales. Oh, wait, sorry. Under where it says New Jersey environmental regulations on page 252.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
First of all, there's a link over there in the first paragraph. Highlight that link. That's another useful link for you in to add to your websites. Anytime somebody's doing any construction in some of these environmentally sensitive areas, there's a guide here for those people. It's called By Bob. Okay. It means, the abbreviation means before you buy, before you build. Okay. Or By Bob. Okay. What I want you to highlight is in the third paragraph, I want you to highlight the title, Highlands Water Protection and Planning. In the next paragraph, highlight the next title, NJ Pinelands Protection Act. Next paragraph, highlight the Wetlands Act. Now, of course, there's also the CAFRA and the Waterfront Development Act as well. But there's no need to highlight those, okay? These are the areas that the NJDEP is entrusted to regulate and protect. Now, what gives them that authority? Well, in the Highlands area, it would be the Highlands Water Protection Act. In the Pinelands, it's the Pinelands Protection Act. And in the wetlands, it's the Wetlands Protection Act, right? Pretty easy to figure out if you give you a question like that on exams, you know, what gives them the authority to do so, right? So the New Jersey DEP, that's the New Jersey Department of Environmental Protection. And they're the regulators in New Jersey authorized by the EPA, the federal agency, to deal with environmental issues within the state. By Bob, that's before you buy, before you build. There's that guide for that. And I did not have that link here. I thought I had it here. Let me add it. So. Before you buy, before you build. going to links of lawyers here. That's not good. 23, great, by Bob. By Bob regulations. Nope, that's BYOB. So many laws and regulations in New Jersey. By Bob, federal judge rules. By Bob, advertising. Bring your own beer. No. It's BYOB, not by Bob.
BYOB.
Okay, here we go. Nope, that's not it either. Holy shit. BY. Oh, by Bob. That's why, because I wrote BYOB, not by Bob. Still not finding it. DEP by Bob. There we go. Okay. Before you buy, before you build. There we go. Now I got the regulation, so I'm going to post it right here. Here's the link. And of course, I got to copy this, and I'm going to put that link in our links slideshow. So I probably already have it there, but whatever. Add it again. All right, so that's the before you buy, before you build guide. Then we got the Highlands Water Protection Act, Highlands Water Protection Act, the Wetlands Protection Act of 1970. We got the CAFRA, which even though I'm going to add that to the slideshow, don't add it to your notes. You don't need to add that to your notes. CAFRA is the Coastal Area Facilities Review Act. And then we have the Waterfront Development Act. Now, some of these acts would prevent people that, even in the case of a storm, a superstorm, like Superstorm Sandy, for example, if it destroyed your property there, would you be able to rebuild it? Well, you'd have to follow the new regulations. And if some of these environmental protection agencies come in place with new regulations that say, for instance, you cannot build so close to the water, and they change the regulations that make it farther away that you could build from the water, but you would be impossible to do that because you don't have enough land, you may not be able to build again. As a matter of fact, when we had Superstorm Sandy, the only way that some people could rebuild their houses was because the governor had to override some of the environmental protection laws, of course, which he got slammed for, because either way, people would not have enough waterfront property to rebuild their homes. So he had to give them permission because newer regulations say that you got to be so far from the water. But these people had nowhere else to live. So he granted them the permission to be able to rebuild, even though the current law wouldn't allow it. The current regulations wouldn't. Okay, so sometimes we have to, we got to do a balance. There's got to be a balance there. You can't make a law that's written in stone. Okay, even though he got slammed for it, you know, that's what's going to happen because that's when you throw politics into it. But when we get disasters like this, some people get disenfranchised. You know, we know why we put these laws in effect, but not at a massive scale like that to start saying that all these people can't have a place to have a home anymore. All right, so go back to page 112. And we're going to move to the next slide. Some of the additional governmental powers are landmark preservation. Landmarks are well, just what they sound like. Landmarks are, maybe something in history happened here, and this is a place that needs to be preserved. So it is deemed a national landmark or a state landmark. This battle was fought here, that battle was fought there. It's a landmark site. George Washington slept here, like at the Girl Scouts house, or that's what they call it now anyway, the Merchant and Drover's Tavern on St. George Avenue, or Route 30, Route 35 in Rahway. That's where George Washington slept there. So that's why it's a historic landmark. You see it's got the whole cemetery behind it. They do tours and such there. But we have a lot of towns. Most towns have historic sections because we are, the third state in the nation. So we have a lot of historic sections within towns, right? Just about every town has its own historic society. So if you got a property that's in a historic district, you as a real estate agent, this is important for you to know, you need to be careful about your puffing. What is puffing? You guys awake? What's puffing?
Well, basically what you said about the property, like not to try to say like it's.
Yeah, when you exaggerate something to make it more.
It's exaggeration as salesmanship. Puffing is exaggeration as salesmanship. And you need to, we need to puff. There's nothing wrong with puffing, but facts need to be accurate. Now, if you're selling a home that's in a historic section of town, those areas are also overseen by the local historic society. And local historic society rules usually say that if a property is in a historic section of town, that you cannot change the physical footprint of the structure on the property. Often they say that you can't even change the look of the exterior of the building. You're free to remodel to your heart's content on the interior, but the exterior of the building, you must keep that historic look about it. So a homeowner may be restricted from changing the exterior look of the building and the footprint. So before you start telling people when you're showing them a house in a historic section area of town that's for sale, don't be careful when you're puffing. Don't be saying, oh, you could always put a pool back here, or you could put a nice deck, or you could, look, there's enough room here where you could always put an addition onto the house. Be careful. They may not be able to. Because if the historic society doesn't allow it, it's not a matter of them just getting a permit from the municipality for the construction. They also need to get permission from the local historic society. So before you could do any work to homes in these areas, on the exterior, you must get permission from the local historic society in addition to the building permits from the municipality.
And the place that gives out the building permits, that would also be documented as far as to that address that it falls on the
but
historic
they'll
district,
give you
correct?
permission for construction, but the historic society has to give you permission too. Now, it depends on how well your building department keeps tabs. Oh, that's in a historic section of town. Before we give you the permit, you need to get the permission from the historic society. That's the way that it should work, but it doesn't always work like that because, City Hall is not exactly the most efficient place.
Yeah, tell me about it.
So sometimes you may have to get that permission separately from each one, okay? Anyway, I just want to give you guys the heads up on that. So basically, if you got that exterior look where you want to upgrade the siding, well, if it's got a certain look, it's got that old clapboard look where they got the boards as a siding,
right?
And you want to upgrade it to vinyl siding or aluminum siding or something, you know what? You need to, it needs to look like the original clapboard siding. You can't change the look. If the windows are changed from that historic looking windows and you want to upgrade to the latest triple pane gas filled windows from Anderson or Pella, well, historic, they need to keep that, they need to maintain that historic look about them. Let me try to show you. Here's some historic looking windows. You see, it looks like they got like a million little windows, all right? If that's the case,
Oh, that's horrible to clean.
if that's the case, you need to maintain that look. If you get the newest, latest gas-filled windows, the triple gas paint-filled windows, well, they need to maintain the look. You can't just replace them with some off-the-shelf square, large glass area windows. They need to look just like this. Otherwise, the Historic Society won't give the approval. That's a son of a gun. You know what that means? Mo money. If you're going to be buying a house in a historic section of town, mo money. Because any improvement needs to maintain that original look. If they have, if the roof is slate, let's take a look at what a slate roof is. Slate is stone. This is what a slate roof looks like. You see that? That is rock on your roof. That is stone. Your roof is made out of stone shingles. They'll last a long time, but they're kind of delicate. If you go walking on them, they crack, they slide, they fall off. Repairing them is costly. It's expensive.
I like that look.
If you're going to maintain, what you could do is you could replace the slate roof with a more efficient material that keeps the look of slate. Okay, like here's a fiber cement slate roof. Kind of looks like slate, but it's not. It's a aftermarket material. What does that mean? Mo money, right? Back to the slideshow. Okay. And then lastly, direct ownership, direct public ownership is, over the years, the government's general policy has been to encourage private ownership of land. A certain amount of land is owned by the government for use for municipal buildings, legislator houses, schools, military stations. Direct public ownership is a means of land control as well. And publicly owned streets and highways serve necessary functions for the entire population, as well as parks and wildlife preserves, etc. Okay, we're done with this chapter. Oh, by the way, public access to beaches. We didn't really talk about that. Beaches, the state Supreme Court has ruled that municipal beaches, whether they're dry or wet, should be open to the general public on an equal basis, even though we charge for that access here in New Jersey. One of the few places that actually charges for beach access, right?
Anywhere you go to the beach, you get a charge.
And it's not like we got the greatest beaches in the world, right?
Nope.
Good now. You have to see something. It's beautiful.
We do key terms.
Let's do the key terms. That's right. Okay, so key terms on page 112.
114.
14.
114.
All right, that too. 114.
One.
All right. So page 114. Let's see, what do we got here? Court action by which government takes property.
Eminent domain. 9.
Condemnation.
Negatory. It's condemnation. The government's power is eminent domain, but the court action to actually take the property is called condemnation. See, this is why you got to study those terms, right? So 6 is A. Discriminatory local regulations. Discriminatory local regulations.
Exclusionary zoning.
Exclusionary zoning. 11 is B. Comprehensive Environmental Response Compensation and Liability Act of 1980. They're just looking for the abbreviation there.
CERCLA.
4 is C. Government's power to take property for public use.
Oh, that one.
That's eminent domain. 9 is D. Inspector's approval for human habitation. Listen, after work is done on the house, does it need to get inspected before you can live in it?
Yes.
There you go, a CO. See, a lot of these answers you may know. You know, you're wasting a lot of time trying to scan here. You probably try to come
5,
up with
code of occupancy.
Yeah, try to come up with these answers in your head before you ever look. 9 times out of 10, you probably already know the answer. Guys should do the same thing on exams, okay? I want you to get used to that. Try to think of the answer before you ever even look at what's here on the list, okay?
But the same is
What's that?
Saying that E is 5?
Yeah, 5 is E, certificate of occupancy or CO. Correct. So 5 is E. Now, limit on use of property set by the seller.
Peer restriction.
7 is F, deed restriction. A use that does not meet the zoning requirements. Or let me word it another way. A proposed use that doesn't meet the current zoning requirements. Variance, 17 is G. Okay. New Jersey agency overseeing natural resources.
Department of Environmental Protection.
The DEP, 8 is H. That is correct. Permission. So 8 was H. Permission for construction.
Building permit.
A building permit. 3 is I. Building permit. 3 is I. Reversion of property to the state when an intestate owner dies without heirs. It's G. It's SG. 10 is J. Standards for construction.
Building codes.
2 is K. Now banned hazardous mineral once used for insulation.
Building code.
Now, wait, let me read that again. Now banned hazardous mineral once used for insulation.
Asbestos.
Asbestos. 1 is L. Government's right to regulate for the health and safety.
Police power.
It's all a part of their police power. 15 is M. Existing use that does not meet the current zoning standards.
Non-conforming use.
It's a non-conforming use. 14 is N. 14 is N, as in Nancy. A municipal restriction on use of real estate in various areas.
Okay.
Zoning ordinance.
18.
Zoning ordinances. 18 is zoning ordinances. A naturally
18 is O.
18 is O, correct. A naturally occurring radioactive gas.
Radon. 16.
Radon. 16 is P, radon. And what are considered dangerous levels that require remediation?
4
PSI.
4 PSI, 4 picocuries or more, correct. All right. So what was that? 16 is P. Primary method by which local governments recognize developmental goals.
Master plan.
It's all part of their master plan. 13 is Q. And once widely used wall covering containing a now banned metal.
Lead-based paint.
Lead-based paint. 12 is R. Correct. And what are the 3 things we need to give to buyers or renters for pertaining to lead?
The agreement, the lead agreement.
The disclosure.
The disclosure. The
So the disclosure, which is called the lead paint addendum. What else?
Sorry.
They got to give them the booklet, you know, the pamphlet, how to protect your family from lead hazards in the home. And something else that's not physical. They got to give a 10-day opportunity to conduct an inspection or waive that inspection right altogether.
Yes.
Can you go through the list from the first one? Just go through the letters.
Okay. Yes. All right. So the key terms to review, it would be L as in Larry, K, I, C, E, A, F, H, D, J, B, R, Q, N as in Nancy, M as in Mary, P as in Paul, G as in George, O.
As an Oscar.
Oh, it's an Oscar. There you go. Oscar. Oh. All right, so let's see.
Sorry.
Here we go. What happened? What's the matter? You okay?
Sorry. Yeah, I yawned. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
I didn't even hear it. You brought it to our attention. Now we know that she's bored. Okay, so let's make her unbored. And let me open up the next chapter. Da, 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 da. Chapter 10. Jeez, we are so behind. Hopefully we'll be able to catch up a little bit. We are kind of behind. We should have been done with chapter 10 on Friday. It is now Tuesday.
That means it's Tuesday. It's 2 days behind.
Well, let's see. We get an extra day because the last day we're usually done and we just take exams, but we got that extra day to do it. But we still need to do a little catch up. So we don't need to rush, but we should pick up the pace a little.
Let me ask you a quick question. Do you think this is because we're doing it online? If we were in class,
Yeah, because it's a matter of going to a slideshow and then doing the book, you know. So I go over it once on the slideshow, and then we're going to the book, and then having to kind of like redo, telling you what to highlight and the notes and such, you know. But then again, in the classroom, I dictate notes for you to write. Where over here, we got them on the slideshow, and you could just download the slideshow. So. It's a mix. There's a couple reasons to it.
We asked too many questions. That's what it is.
You know, well, it's a matter of questions.
The computer sometimes a little bit slow.
It's a matter of going to the websites and showing you additional materials and such. Or normally I just give you an explanation of it, or maybe draw a picture on the board, and we're on to the next thing. You know, so that little bit of interaction and usefulness, it does help, but it does slow us down a little bit too. All right.
When did you start doing the virtual classes?
Just now, right?
Well, the governor allowed it. The governor allowed it, and then after the governor allowed it, the real estate commission did not notify us about that.
Oh.
All right. So there was only one school out there really that was offering these things, and I don't know who their connection was, because there was no. The real estate commission never gave out a notification about it, but this one school found out about it. So they had some kind of an inside connection, I guess, you know. So I contacted the real estate commission to complain that they were illegally hosting classes online. And they were like, no, they're allowed. The governor, we just haven't released that. I'm like, what the hell are you waiting for? So
we're the first class?
No, you're not my first class. No. Okay. So I've done a couple of classes already, but it's still in the works. We still now doing it after they allowed it. Now I'm like, well, I didn't know that they were even going to allow it. So now it's like, how the hell we do classes online? Because this wasn't expected. So I figured, you know, get the slideshows together. I had to research between Zoom and other resources because Zoom is a crappy one. Even though we're able to communicate here, you know. There's other resources available for schools for doing the presentation, the charging of the classes, the enrollment. You know, Zoom is kind of a hassle because I got to email you things. I got to give you resources. There's other, like if we were allowed to do this on a regular basis, I would be paying a very expensive fee to a place to do this on a regular basis where I could do the management of the entire school issues through one interface. But this is only going to be temporary, and I don't know how long it's going to last. So I don't want to spend thousands of dollars on something that I may not pay back, you know?
It's going to be short term.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I understand.
One thing is, broker is going to be starting September for that. That's what we have already. They already have it also.
Well, brokerages are open. Hold on a second. Brokerages are open for showing real estate and, you know, doing the real estate aspect of it. Brokerages are open. Brokerages have been open for showing real estate, listing properties for sale. although they want people, when you're going into people's homes, try to get people out of the home. They want people to wear face masks when they're doing showings, not going in groups, you know. They don't want you really holding open houses. If you do hold open houses, there's certain restrictions that they put in place. You know, there's you're allowed to work in real estate right now. Schools are still restricted. That's right. Even though on the first they were going to they were supposed to reopen VOTEC schools and put certain regulations in place. Guess what? I've been asking the real estate commission. They haven't given me what those regulations are. Now, I don't know if they changed their mind on it either, you know, because they're saying, well, some states, the COVID cases are raising again. So, and New Jersey is, of course, you know, putting a pause on opening everything, you know, for whatever the hell reason. Okay. Listen, there's a small group of people that are affected by it. And unfortunately, you know, they're shutting everything down in return. So the school, we're not open yet. You know, we're doing it only online. And when they do give the approval, which they were supposed to already, they're going to put regulations in place. Is that going to mean one person per desk instead of two? Probably. Having to put up plastic screens between people hanging from the ceiling? I have no idea. Now, even to do that stuff, now where the hell do I get these plastic screens from? I'm going to have to be hanging them, and there's safety issues with that, you know.
No, maybe you do the same they want to do with the buses now, because I understand is whatever they explain to us in the meeting we have, they're going to be putting a plastic curtain on the next to the drivers. That means we cover completely. And we only let the people, we also use only the front door for us and the rear door for all the students. That's
we only got one door for in and out, so there you go.
No, the rear door for everybody.
However, all them plastic things hanging up are going to be hell for the circulation of air for the ventilation system.
Yes. I don't know how it's going to be.
It's going to get hot in there.
It doesn't help. It's just for mental conscious things, but it doesn't do nothing because air flows no matter what.
I told my manager, that's one of the things that be sure the little fan we have in the top of the drive is working good. That's one of the things I told my manager. Yeah. Be sure you have the little fan is working on top of my head.
Keep the air circulating. It gets circulated enough, then those tiny little particles aren't going to be enough to pass on from one person to the next. But when you
sorry, I have to sign out now.
Okay.
All right. All right. Bye, everyone.
Hold on.
Bye, everyone. Take care, brother. Take care.
Hold on.
You might want to do the poll.
Yeah.
There you go.
Thank you.
All right. Now these, you know, I mean, it's crazy when you see people driving around in cars wearing a mask and they're alone in a car. That boggles my mind. I don't know what the hell they're thinking. You know
boggles my mind when they have the mask on and they're driving with the windows open.
Maybe they like smelling their own breath. I don't know. You know?
Can you believe that? They're doing like 65, 70 on the highway, man, and they got the mask on and the windows were wide open. Oh, my God. What line were they on when they were handing out brains?
As a salesperson, being in sales,
yes,
I'm a people. I don't want to say I'm a people person. I'm an observer of human behavior. I don't know if it's a hobby of mine. I don't know if that's weird or strange. I'm normally a quiet person that generally keeps to myself. I mean, I go out and have a good time. I can be personal with people, but generally speaking, I kind of keep to myself, even if I like go out to a bar, you know. I mean, I play pool and stuff, but if I'm sitting there and watching TV, I'm kind of like, I'm not like in everybody's business, you know. But one thing I do is I do observe and I do watch everything that's going on and I make mental notes of everything. And I just observe how people react with each other and interact with each other. I mean, this actually helps with sales too. Not just knowing human psychology and human interaction, things that work. That behavior sometimes though it's out there, you know? But understanding it will help you better work with people and to better communicate with people. I don't want to say better manipulate people because you really shouldn't be manipulating people. But people are kind of easy to manipulate. you know.
Well, I learned a lot of that when I had my own business because I dealt with so many different people on a daily basis, and it's like one after another, after another, after another.
And this real estate,
and it helped me out a lot.
And this real estate is going to be your own business. You know, if you guys
Yeah.
can watch some shows, actually, I've gone to training classes before. But Dale Carnegie has a lot of the Dale Carnegie School of Sales. Okay. Now, it doesn't really target, it's not designed around real estate for sales, but it's just like generally around sales. And this course is a couple $1,000s. Some mortgage company bought a couple tickets and they gave it to my broker to go. Nobody went. And I was like, screw it, I'll go. I know that name, Dale Carnegie. I know that's big, you know? So I was like, screw it. I went and I took the class. So I took a course on Dale Carnegie school of, or class about sales and negotiations and, you know, all kinds of stuff. I got some interesting tidbits about it. A lot of it did not apply to real estate. You know, real estate's a little bit of a unique industry. You're not doing that resale of products. You're not going for that quick sale. You know, there's plenty of opportunity for people to back out of a purchase. They're not buying a product to you back and back again. And there's a lot of that was around how to try to get the resales and keeping communication. That part is good, keeping communication with your clients, keeping in touch with them. How to use phrases like open-end, when to ask open-end questions, when to ask close-end questions. But you guys can get training on that from people like David Knox, Floyd Wickman. These are real estate trainers, you know. And you can watch some of their videos online. They got some good resources. I'm going to put some information for them as well on our website. I'm doing this website. Okay. Hopefully we'll have it up soon. But those are some great trainers. I personally like David Knox because he teaches with humor, you know, and I'm a goofy guy. I like to laugh. I like to enjoy myself, you know. So if somebody's can teach with humor, they keep me engaged more, you know. That's what I try to do in this class. Hopefully it keeps you a little more engaged and you're not falling asleep here, getting bored by me.
Oh, you are a good teacher. I can
yapping away. Thank you. Thank you. So, I mean, I yap away for 7.5 hours here, but, you know, if I could keep you engaged for that time, it ain't easy. My throat hurts at the end of the day, but, you know, I want to keep you guys educated as well as informed and engaged, okay? Let's do that more. Well, let's try to get through as much of this as we can. We got chapter 10 here. We got about a little more than 15 minutes left, 20 minutes left. Let's see what we could do to get through it. So let me put up the slideshow for that and see what we can do. Okay. So at the end of this chapter, you're going to be able to describe different types of listing agreements, identify information necessary for disclosure and properly pricing the property. How do we properly price properties?
By looking what the surrounding areas of properties are selling for.
No, we give a report. What is the report?
Oh, CMA.
We do a CMA. We do a comparative market
analysis.
or a BPO, broker's price opinion. We just don't do appraisals. Why?
Yeah. There's appraisal companies
because
for
we're not
that.
licensed appraisals.
We are not licensed.
There we go. Look at that. Look, we didn't even get into this chapter yet. We already know this crap. All right, so let's see. Listing property. Only a broker can act as an agent to list, sell, or rent another person's real estate. How do we list property then? We're not brokers. Salespeople, we do it in the name of the broker under which we're licensed under.
We represent the broker.
Correct. It's a representative of the broker. So New Jersey Statute of Frauds, anytime you hear this term, statute of frauds, it requires something to having to be in writing. All right. This will come up several different times in different chapters, but statute of frauds always deals with something required to be in writing. But it stipulates that to be entitled to a commission on a real estate transaction, a listing broker must have a written authorization to act as the client's broker. And that's usually our listing agreement, right?
Right.
But if you don't have a listing agreement, so the agreement must state the rate or exact amount. Let me see. Hold on a second. Yeah, okay. You have to have some kind of written authorization, and that would be a listing agreement, right? Or authorization letter of some sort. which you must obtain within 5 days. Okay. So if you take a verbal listing, can you take a verbal listing agreement from somebody?
Yes.
Well, the Real Estate Commission allows you to, as long as you get it in writing within 5 days. However, it's never a good idea to get anything in verbal. Okay. Always get that listing agreement before you ever start advertising it. And the reason why I'm going to tell you this is because, look, when I got started, I took a verbal listing. I met a couple. They were shopping around, the agents interviewing. They called me up and told me that they decided that they were going to list with me, but they were going to go away for the weekend. They were going down the shore. But when they came back, they wanted to know if I could put it in the MLS because I already took pictures. I got the information about the property. They wanted me to put it in the MLS. And when they got back, they would sign whatever paperwork. And I'm like, okay, well, you know, it's Friday. You get back. We fill out the paperwork on Monday. I put it in the MLS. I could fax over the paperwork to the MLS. I don't get in trouble. All right. They come back on Monday. They didn't call me. I called them. And they're like, oh, sorry, I meant to reach out to you. You know what? When I was away, I was talking to the wife. She totally forgot. Her best friend just got her real estate license, so we're going to give her a shot. Oh, sugar. I just put the listing in the MLS already without paperwork. I'm going to get fined by the MLS, not the Real Estate Commission, by the MLS. It's the MLS's rules. And now I got to take a listing out of the MLS without paperwork. So now I called the MLS and I groveled to them and I acted like I just got my real estate license. I'm like, you know, I don't want to get in trouble. You know, I just got a listing. You know, they told me to put it in the MLS, and then they told me that they weren't gonna. They're gonna give the listing to someone else. And what do? I don't want to get in trouble for putting the listing in without paperwork. What do I do? What do I do? I don't want to get in trouble. And the lady was like, all right, calm down, calm down. She's like, well, I mean, there's a little bit of manipulation in that one, but you know, she allowed me to remove the listing from the MLS, didn't fine me, and I dodged a bullet on that one because I could have been fined a couple $100 for that. You know, you don't take listings without the paperwork, and you got to provide that. If you get a listing, it's got to be in the MLS. How soon?
5 days.
48 hours.
48 hours. Oh, yeah.
48 hours. 48 hours. And you also need to supply that listing paperwork to the MLS within that period. Okay. So listing property continued. So the agreement must state the rate. Any listing has to state the rate or exact amount of commission to be earned by the broker. And it must specify a termination date. So listing agreements must state the rate or exact amount of commission to be earned by the broker. The rate or exact amount of commission, and must specify an exact termination date. Of course, you got to have the listing date on there too. Of course, you got to have the commission and the commission splits. Of course, all the owners of the property need to sign it. But this is the stuff that they're looking for on exam. Hint, hint. Why did they say specify an exact date of termination? Because you got to know how long the listing is. Some people apparently are going in there getting listings, leaving that line blank, filling it in later, and that's going to be a problem. Okay? You can't do that. Because anytime you sign a document, a contract with somebody, what do you got to give immediately to the owner?
Their copies? Duplicate original.
A duplicate original. I want to use that terminology because that's what they use on exams. You got to give them a duplicate original. Anytime we sign a contract with anybody, we have to give them a duplicate original of it. Now, you're going to give them a duplicate original with blank lines? No, we don't. We never have blank lines on a contract. We never fill in lines later. We want our clients to to sign contracts with all the information on them. We're not going to be filling in the blanks later. Okay. Under listing the property on the second paragraph, highlight listing broker must have a written authorization to act as the client's broker. You cannot market a property for a lease or sale without the owner's permission. I mean, that's common sense, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Where is
in the second paragraph?
Oh yeah.
Next to last line, listing broker must specify a written authorization to act as the client's broker. And then in the next paragraph there, you're going to highlight. It must specify the exact date of termination as well. Okay, so it also has to specify an exact date of termination as well. Now, if the agreement is entered into orally, the verbal agreement, which I told you should never do, even though the commission allows you to, as long as you follow up with getting it in writing within 5 days, the MLS has their own rules. They require the listing to be in the MLS within
48 hours.
48 hours. And you need to supply them the paperwork within that time period too. So if the agreement's entered into orally, highlight if the listing is entered, if the agreement's entered into orally, the broker must deliver a written memorandum of the agreement to the client within 5 days of the agreement. So they're basically giving them a copy of that listing in writing within 5 days. So authorization letter / listing agreement must be supplied to owner in writing within
5 days.
5 days, correct. Okay. All righty. So, types of listings now. Listings there's open listings, exclusive agency listings, and exclusive right to sell listings. And I made this little chart here for us to be able to better tell the difference between them. This is not a bad chart to study from. You may want to snap a picture of that, by the way, or download this. Okay. So let's go over each one. We're going to highlight in the book under open listings. This is a unilateral contract. What is a unilateral contract? It's a one-sided agreement. Okay. We're gonna highlight the first paragraph under open listings. It's a seller agrees to pay a broker a commission only if they procure the buyer for the property. A seller can enter into an open listing with any number of brokers, all acting as their agents. Now, this really shouldn't be here yet. You should go over the types of listings, and then at the end of that, have that chart. Okay, so in a open listing, it's a unilateral contract. It's in an open, it's open to any number of brokers, all representing the owner as their agent to sell or rent their property. Or I'll say to market their property. All right, so open to any number of brokers, all representing the owner as their agent to market their property. Only the agent who brings the buyer will be paid a commission. So basically, it's like a seller saying, hey, listen, I don't want to dedicate myself to you. I'm going to be working with a lot of different agents, and I'm only going to pay the person who brings the buyer eventually. Now, that way they could try to save on listing fees by only paying part of the commission. Basically, they're saying, I'm going to pay the buyer side of the commission. I'm not going to really pay a marketing fee for you to advertise and market the property. I'm only so I'm not paying any listing fees. I'm only going to pay a fee to an agent who brings a buyer. Okay. So because the seller, yeah.
I'm sorry. Can I ask a question?
Sure.
This may be a slight off topic, but can the listing agent be different from the seller's agent?
No, listing agent is the seller's agent.
I know that, but when I've been, since I've been doing the class, I've been, you know, doing some research, looking on Zillow and stuff like that. And then when I looked, I realized that a property was being sold. I think it was for, I'm not sure if it was for foreclosure, but you have the listing agent is different from the seller's agent.
Okay, you're talking. Okay, what you're looking at is you're looking at marketing. Unfortunately, I hate websites like this. These websites like Zillow and Trulia, they make a ton of money off of the real estate agents by leasing or selling out the rights to our intellectual property. So look, if we look at, let's, you see a home for sale here in Edison, New Jersey. Okay, so for sale. Here's some homes in Edison, New Jersey, okay? Now, you're probably looking at, let's see, it says here who the listing agency is, right? Now, if I click on one of these.
Not seeing anything. Okay, I see it now.
All right, so basically what I was doing is I was saying that, let me close that for a second so I can show you. Taking for a while to open up anyway. Come on. So on Zillow over here, we're looking at some homes in Edison, New Jersey, right? If I click on this first one over here, this one's listed by this agency. But if you click in it, you may see a different agent's information. Or if you're seeing where all the properties are listed, if you're just browsing, somewhere on this page, it may say, let me see, they changed this up a little bit. They used to sell advertising on this actual page to agents. Where, interesting home.
Yeah, almost $1 million. Wow.
I wouldn't spend $1 million in Edison. Nice house, but whatever.
Yeah.
All right. So anyway, you may see in here. Okay, here's the listing agent. It's actually a construction company. That's interesting. They're allowing that. Well, unless they have their real estate license, they shouldn't. But I guess they're marketing to whoever now. Sometimes in here on this website, I'm not seeing it right now, but on some of these pages on these websites, you could see listings. Here, let me check out Trulia. Trulia, Zillow, Realtor.com. You may find listings in the different areas. And then there may be an advertisement somewhere over here for if you want information about these listings, there's an agent's information that they advertise here that you could see as well. Is that what you're talking about?
No, you see how you went under when you click on the property,
yeah,
and then where you saw the listing agent. When I scroll further down, and after you see like the taxes and if the house was sold, how many years, and how much it was sold for, and whatever, then there's another thing in between that says seller's agent as well.
Well, seller's agent is the one who brought the buyer. It sounds weird. Seller's agent is actually the buyer's agent, is the one who brings the buyer. They call them I know the terminologies, it's confusing, you know. Seller's agent is actually the one who brings the buyer. You have the listing agency, and then you have the seller's agent, which is the one who brought the buyer. I don't know, why don't they just call them seller's agent and buyer's agent?
Right.
Because they like to confuse you, you know. But sometimes in these listings, which I'm not saying, they must have redone the website. It's been a while since I've been to these websites. They usually have they used to sell advertising here for agents who may not be from the listing agency. And And that's what I thought you were talking about initially. But they always have to disclose who the actual provider of this listing is. And then they would sell advertising on their website to another agent. Okay. So with an open listing, only the agent who brings the buyer will be paid. Because the seller is not bound to one agency, there's no need for an expiration date in the listing. Wait a minute. I thought according to this previous slide, it says listing agreements must state a definite date of termination. Well, they do, but you're not putting this listing in the MLS. So it's not listed in the MLS because it's listed with so many agencies. What are you going to have? 10 listings for for different companies for the same property that are active at the same time? No. So open listings, the owner is open to list with as many brokers as they would like, all acting as their agent at the same time, because they're not bound to one agent. They don't need expiration date in the listing. Okay. So we're going to highlight that first paragraph there under open listing. Which one is paid the commission? Only the one who brings the buyer. And I'll put this one actually at the bottom. Only the agent, forget about agent, agency who brings the buyer will be paid a commission. Buyer's side commission only. So basically they're trying to save on half the commission. I don't know about you, but I'm not wasting my time with them. You want me to market your property for sale and you don't want to be dedicated to me? You only want to pay me a commission if I find the buyer? I got bigger fish to fry. I got other places where I can make money and market my property and not deal with you who is dealing with 10 other agents trying to market your property as well. No thanks. I'm not wasting my money and resources to market your property. And then somebody else can bring the buyer and I don't get paid. I don't think so. Okay.
All right.
All right. We're 4:30. We're not going to go through the rest of these. It'll take a while for explaining them. We'll just do a recap of this tomorrow. All right, guys. You had the poll out there already. You still have the poll, probably. Answer it, and I will see you guys tomorrow.
Just update the...
I'm going to update both this slideshow and the previous ones. I'm going to update them right now.
Or maybe if you can do once more for the chapter 4. I am unable to get it.
It's already there. It's already updated. Chapter 4 is there. What you need to do is you need to log in to your shared drive.
Right.
Okay. You need to go. Hold on. You need to go to your shared drive right here.
Hold on a second, and I will tell you where the heck I have a problem.
Click on shared with me link.
Yeah, hold on.
Or back up in the link directory to reopen the folder.
Yeah, shared with me. Salesperson's class shared materials, right?
Yep.
And then I go to the PPT slideshow, right?
Correct.
And there I have been trying for, I don't know, I have 1, 2,
What's
3.
the date? What's the date next to it?
Hold on. Okay, I have July 1st, July 2, and 3, and 6.
No, for the PowerPoint slideshow for chapter 4, what's the date?
Chapter 4 is June 7.
That's correct.
You didn't change it? That's the only one?
That's the latest one.
June 7. We started on June 29th.
Yeah, it's been updated. I don't know. I don't know why it says last modified there for that, but mine says the same thing. You see it on my screen? It says June 7th. Hold on one second. I'm going to show you something. I'm going to show you something. Let me close out this slideshow. Let me save it, close it. Save it, close it. Come on.
Because you see, I see all up to 22 chapters.
Yeah, hold on one second.
Yeah, ਤੁਸੀਂ ਬਸ Google Drive sign in ਉਹ ਹੋਰ ਗੱਲ ਹੁੰਦੀ ਹੈ।
Look at this.
ਜੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਅੱਜ ਦਾ ਕੁਝ PowerPoint ਦੇਖਣਾ ਇਹਦੀ ਲਿੰਕ ਹੁੰਦੀ ਹੈ।
I'm taking chapter 1 through chapter 10, and I'm gonna put them right here. I'm gonna update them right this second. I'm updating them right now. Update the existing materials. Chapter 1 through 10, I am updating right this moment.
Okay.
They've all been, okay, they're all updated. They were all updated.
So what do? I go what? Shared with me again?
Yeah, just unless the dates, unless it changed to a time 4:36.
Yeah, it's everything is now showing 4:36. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Yep, it's updated today.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's it. 7, 8, 9. You have to do it, right?
No, I did 1 through 10. I put 1 through 10 in there just now.
But yeah, that is the problem because 7, 8, 9, 10 is still showing me June 9, June 11. But up to 6, I see everything.
Well, try clicking on the shared with me folder.
Yeah, that's what I am on.
Or you see the links up top here? You see these links up top?
No, this is your camera from here.
Try to click to go to the menu.
I don't see your listing of your drive on this one. I'm seeing the.
No. Are you seeing me? You're seeing the screen in front of you. I'm casting the screen to you right now, right? Are you seeing this?
No. I am still seeing the the class that you were showing us on 10 open listing.
Presentation.
Your screen sharing is paused. Why is my screen sharing paused? Let me stop the share and go back into it again. I don't know why it was paused.
Yeah, still it is showing.
Okay, there you go. You see this?
Yeah. Okay.
I went up one menu. Just go up one menu.
Salesperson close. Okay.
Go back out and then go back into the folder again. And see if it's updated.
PPT salesperson.
From where how to update it?
Get shareable link in HID.
See, these are all updated. I already updated them. Yours should be updated as well, unless you are looking in your own shared folder. You should be looking in shared with me and then clicking on the link, and it'll show you the live folder where my recent documents are updated. So if you click on shared with me, and then you click on the link, which brings you to this shared folder that I'm in.
See, I am seeing sales persons class shared material, and it says June 27. Still, I'm showing June 27. So why is that?
Go into the folder.
Okay, then I see PPT slideshow will be updated regularly, and it shows May 30th.
All right. All the way down, go all the way down to the bottom. You see chapter 1, 2, 3, 4. All the way up to 10, you should have a time. Not a date, but a time, which would be
Yeah,
today.
that's the problem. I have up to the chapter 6. I don't know where is the problem because.
What does it say for chapter 7 on yours?
Chapter 7, it says June 7.
I don't know why it's saying that. I just look. You're seeing my folder right now. I'm not sure if you could see me. Actually, I'm going to drag them all in there one more time again. You said from chapter 6. Here, I'm going to do
Yeah.
from chapter 5 to chapter 10. Chapter 5 to chapter 10. Look, I'm going to drag it on here, and you see me updating it right now? Do you see what's going on the screen?
Right.
You see these options: cancel, keep separate, or update. I'm going to update the existing documents. Do you see
Right.
it updating? Can you see that on your screen? What's happening on my browser?
No. That is the whole problem. I don't know what to do to get it, you know.
Well, if you just download it, it should be the latest one. I don't know how they're putting theirs as far as last modified.
The other problem I'm seeing is that this is my folder, and in this one I see the shared my folder.
No.
It says PPT slide slow, and still it is showing me May 30th. And
in your folder, unless you downloaded, unless you copied from my drive, my shared drive to yours, you're going to see the old, whatever is the last date that you downloaded. So you should do this. You should click on one of these.
Hold on. Which one you say? Hold on. Yeah. Okay.
And click make a copy.
Oh, so I should first go to the shortcut? No.
If you click on one of the, like chapter 4. Click on chapter 4, right click on chapter 4, okay. And you're going to put, because you can't move it or anything, but you could click on make a copy, and it should download it should copy it to your Google Drive.
Okay.
Now, if you go to your drive, you could see the copied file.
Yes, I'm seeing that.
Now it's in your drive. That's how you copy them. So you got to basically, here, you could do this. You could do this every day. You could go into here. If your main drive is empty, you put everything in folders to organize it.
All right.
And now your main drive is showing empty. Like when you click on my drive, you're not seeing miscellaneous files. You could click on, you could highlight everything here. You could either select all, or you can't really do that.
In your first, I have to go to your drive, then make a copy, and then come back to mine, right?
Correct. And when you put make copy, it'll all be copied into your drive.
Okay. All right. Let me do that, and if not, then I will see tomorrow.
All righty.
All right. Thank you.
All right. Have a good night.
Good night.